organizations in the community, because downtown development, it requires everybody. The business owners can't do it by themselves. The city can't make it work alone. You really have to bring everybody together. So our goal with this meeting is to talk to all of y'all to get your input on what you want downtown to be. What's working, what's not working. We want to hear the good, the bad, and the ugly from y'all. And we want to help y'all come up with some ideas to make things better. So I'm going to have the team over here just stand up and introduce themselves one at a time. Sheila, can you go first?
I'm a small business owner. My company is called Flatfork Studio, and we do a lot of fun, big sculptures. We work with events. We work with businesses. For instance, like your little pie sculpture that you guys have. I've known that guy for years that created it, and anyway, we like to have fun, and I'm just here to learn and listen from you guys.
Morning, I'm Eric Davis. I'm Cobalt Real Estate Development. We're a boutique, small town developer with projects, typically in a public-private partnership is what we specialize in. We're working on a 9,000-foot infill project in downtown Bastrop right now. Art Institute of Austin just announced that they'll be the tenant in that new building downtown in an old burned-out hole that was left over in downtown. We're also very involved in Marble Falls Conference Center Hotel planned downtown on the lake. Other small, we like secondary markets. We like to do public-private partnerships. I'm a recovering economic developer from many years ago. I'm clean now. I'm on the private sector side now, unlike Kyle Southern.
Hi, I'm Kyle Cram. I am the Main Street and CDB Director for the City of Seguin. So that's me, I'm basically in charge of downtown and tourism for Seguin. And I am also the current president of the Texas Downtown Association.
Thanks. Next up is I want to have all of y'all introduce yourselves, because you might not know everybody in the room and you might not know the different business owners or organizations that are here. Can I start with you, ma'am, right there?
Oh, okay.
Does she need to speak
Do you want to? Can everybody hear? Do we need the microphone?
My name is Pastor Sheila Green. I am the founder and director of Holy Committed Ministries. That's W-H-O-L-L-Y, meaning holy, completely, entirely committed. We are a faith-based organization of 501c3. We've been in existence since 2004. We originally were in Austin. We're expanding to the Hays County area. I am a citizen of Kyle. I'm recently a widow. Let's see, we work with mostly the disenfranchised community. We also do, we would love to see a theater here downtown, because we also do different types of plays. I just recently did a play in Austin. We had to go back to Austin because there was nothing in Kyle for We're All in It Together. We did a play for Juneteenth, but there are other plays that we've done. We work with people that's coming out of incarceration. We want to get people who are not engaged into their community. So we would also like to see a park. So our ministry is very intimate, and that we go into their homes, we go to schools with the children. Right now I have over 400 coats that hopefully it will get cold soon.
You are very optimistic. I love that.
But we've also had in Austin free summer camps, food bank, clothes closet, health fairs. We've done, free summer camps. So we would like to expand that to the areas that may not have that. Everything we do is free to those that we serve.
Right.
So that's a little bit, and anybody in need. This is my daughter, Jacqueline Green. She has started a private Christian school for grades 1 through 4, and it's called the
Lion of Judah is
Is that here in Kyle? Why don't you stand up and then tell
Yes.
everybody, so you can be next.
So, yes, we do have a private school, but although it is also faith-based, everyone is welcomed. And the point is to just offer an alternative to the current sort of system, and not have a system, so to speak. We're just offering love and support to the children, and just really wanting to impact the community on not just a student base, but with the families as well. So we're just an arm and extension of this community outreach, but anyone who's in need, we're excited to serve. And we don't have a location currently. We're wanting to be based out of Kyle and eventually be a full K through 12 school. But so we're starting small and we're growing, but we're really community outreach based. So we're excited to be here.
All right, thanks for being here. Ma'am?
Hi, I am Nancy Naring, and I am with On Center Street Realty, and I'm a new agent here. I was a nurse for 35 years, and I'm done. I'm not wrestling any more 4-year-olds for back-to-school shots.
Oh, shit.
So, yes, we sell houses. So, I'll let Carol take on from there.
I'm Carol Wisnant, broker and owner of On Center Street Realty, and I'm probably Kyle's #1 proponent for growth and change because I like activity, flavor and color and people are drawn to an area because there are those things. So yeah, 20 years ago I had my first experience with a TDA conference, and I was sold.
All
I was
right.
down in Green, and you know, when you look and assess a community based on water features, historical preservation, business and economic development, and you know, it's kind of like you have to do a self-assessment all the time to be sure your business is growing.
Yep.
Well, and to you know, it takes a lot of honesty, and it takes a lot of communication and willingness to go through those changes, and it's difficult to get everybody on the same page. My husband and I don't get on the same page, so I can appreciate everybody else's differences, you know, but God bless us each and every one.
That's right.
And this is my husband, I'll speak for him. He puts up with me.
So, I'm a realtor as well as the office manager at On Center Street Realty, just the main street.
All right.
Which we hope you'll stop by on the walk,
Yeah.
take a picture in front of our new sign that says, "I love you, pie very much."
Nice.
And have some water and a piece of pie.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I don't know if we'll have enough, so you may have to share.
Sir?
My name is Councilmember Robert Rizzo, here in the city of Kyle. I'm a resident, fourth-generation resident of Kyle. Been serving in the community for over 30 years. I enjoy Kyle, love Kyle, I've seen its growth. I'm one of the few people who say I've actually seen it grow. But I love Kyle. I'm looking forward to the new growth and whatever comes our way. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Sasha Erler, I'm an advisor with New York Life in Austin. Also here representing the Kyle Chamber as an ambassador and member, also the treasurer of the local Rotary Club. So really just here to see that the community thrives in the upcoming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Dex?
All right. My name is Dex Hullison. I'm your current Mayor Pro Tem here in the city of Kyle. First and foremost, thank every one of you for being here. This really warms my heart to see so many folks attend on a Friday morning, a work day. I'm sure a lot of y'all have moved some things around in your schedule, so I appreciate that. I see business owners, I see residents from our downtown, I see residents from outside of our downtown. So what that tells me is that downtown is important to everybody in the city, and that really is the case. And I want to thank Catherine and the team for being here today. We certainly look forward to your input. We're doing this because we do care about our downtown.
Yep.
And I've lived in this city since 2009, 2010. This city has taken me under its wing. I absolutely love this city. I've been involved in a number of different things, obviously on the city council now. And we've got a number of different activities and things going on in the city. But it's very imperative that we not forget our downtown. We have 16, 26, and 35 with the box stores. We have Uptown Kyle that's coming. It will be a great development, but that is not Kyle. That is not who we are, that is not our sense of place. And so that's what I hope downtown becomes, that sense of place, that history, that place, that gathering place for us to mingle and share a moment with each other and having a conversation. I was giving a tour to a friend of mine a few weeks ago, and I ran into my friend Penny Krug, and we just had a conversation right in front of the pie company, and it just made me feel like I'm, in a warm, welcoming town, and that's the feel and the sense that I want people to feel when they're in our downtown. And this is for, I know when people hear revitalization, there's all kinds of different emotions and thoughts that come up with that. But this is really for our residents as much as it is for our business community. It needs to be working together, and they need to thrive together. So thank you all for being here, for your input. I look forward to the discussion.
Ma'am?
I am an intern at Wayfinders Church here in Kyle.
And what's your name?
Leanne.
Thanks for coming.
Hi, I'm Todd Barker, pastor of Wayfinders, part of the chamber, part of the Rotary. I have a vested interest in downtown. It's the area we're meeting our first 2 years of existence as a church, and we all love downtown, and I want to see it become a destination, and we're looking at some creative options, and so this conversation is going to shape whether or not we can be a part of that from an investment standpoint as well, not just consumers, because I'm going to consume no matter what, thanks to Bill's Barbecue and those kind of things. But yeah, we're excited to be a part of the conversation and hear what everybody has to say.
All right.
I'm Greg Devonshire. I have Milt's Barbecue. We're in the business of making downtown Kyle smell good.
Yeah.
We're going to year 6 and are very interested in the future of downtown Kyle, because that's going to kind of shape what we do in the next couple of years as well. So, thanks.
Ma'am?
I'm Tricia Rainbow, and I'm with the Hayes County Historical Commission, and we run the Kyle Depot across the street, Kyle Railroad Depot and Heritage Center, and we're open every Saturday from 10 to 2. We are run by an all-volunteer staff, and we are looking for more volunteers to help us so that we can be open more days a week downtown and be part of that destination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Moses Leos. I'm the editor at the Hayes Free Press, and I'm covering today's meeting. And, I currently live in Kyle, and I have lived in Kyle since 1998, so I have somebody else over here quite a bit over the last few years. So looking forward to today's meeting.
My name is Angel Longoria. I am a wellness coach at Impact Nutrition down in San Marcos, and I'm here basically trying to see if what we have to offer as far as the nutrition and fitness community would fit into the Kyle downtown area.
All right. Ma'am?
Kathy Lewin with Out of the Blue Salon, and we're in another form of fitness and wellness called hair. So we're love to have you guys come see us and let us help you look better than you do right now.
I'm John Olds. I run Rising Phoenix Martial Arts. I'm the owner and head instructor. I have a vested interest because my building is one of the oldest buildings in town, and it's also very close to the city center, so I want to make sure we're going in the right direction.
I'm Audrey Bourne. I'm a partner with Aces Branding, and I'm the president of Kyle.
I'm Lila Nye. I've lived here since the 1980s. I've been involved in historic preservation as a professional. I've been on the Hayes County Historical Commission a number of years. So long they made me ex officio, they just tired of me. I'm also on the board of Preservation Associates, which owns the Catherine Ann Porter Childhood Home.
Oh, okay.
Which is now the Catherine Ann Porter Literary Center. And we have a writer in residence there. We allow a young professional to do their first professional writing in the home. And then we also sponsor authors who come in and do readings to the public.
Oh, cool.
So that's what we do. And I do other things, but
That's the short list. I'm gonna go right, yeah, yes ma'am.
My name is Amanda Stark. I am currently on the Parks Board. I love what's going on with the city. I am also running for city council in the upcoming election. So, I guess any concerns or everything that's going on here, I'm very interested to see what everybody's opinions are and see what we can possibly do with downtown.
Thanks.
Hello, my name's Alan Egan with Asset Realty. I specialize in residential real estate. I moved to Kyle in 1992 after getting out of the Air Force. In addition to being a member of the Kyle Chamber of Commerce, I'm also a member of the Sonic Lodge, Parks Board, and I am a life member of the Veterans of Foreign Wars over here. So I would really love to see downtown Kyle be all it can be, because it's I think we have a real jewel down there, and we need to share that with the rest of the world. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Julie Snyder. I'm the CEO of the Kyle Area Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau. Also very passionate about downtown. We are also located in downtown, just up the road. For several reasons, we're very excited about increasing and strengthening the downtown area, which will then enhance our vibrant local economy.
Good morning, all y'all. My name is Tim McCutcheon, and I'm with Safe and Sound Self Storage. And we are, let me tell y'all, we are a local, out-of-the-ground, homegrown business that has actually been nurtured by our clients and the community that we serve. I'm here today. I also serve as a commissioner on planning and zoning. I serve on the board for the Kyle Train Depot. I'm currently starting to serve with the Salvation Army in San Marcos, and I am also a member of the Chamber of Commerce and a member of the Government Affairs Committee. I wanted to say all of that and run out of breath for a reason. Most all of us in this room are involved in our community, and as a result of it, we wear several different hats to cover those several different facets of the government that need to be covered. I am here today because even though my business is on the east side of Kyle, what happens in downtown is extremely important to me. I want to see the residents of this city have pride in their city by having a beautiful and vibrant downtown. Our downtown is a jewel in the rough, and all it needs to be polished up a little bit, it's going to be beautiful. But the future of our downtown is going to depend on one big word that we all need to remember, and that's going to be compromise for its growth and our changes. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Clodagh Borgstadt. I'm not a business owner. I just moved here from El Paso probably about 3 weeks ago, but I firmly believe in getting involved where you live, so I am here today.
Welcome. Sir in the back row.
My name is Lucian Banton. I'm a resident of Kyle. I work in San Marcos, building manufacturing rep, and also just stay involved and make downtown Kyle the best that it is.
All right.
Hello, excuse me. My name is Zachary Garden. I own the Garden Financial Group, financial planning, financial advisory firm here in the Garden Board building at the corner of Center and Main Street. So glad to be here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tom Spano, Vice President of Bigelow Homes. I also serve on the Economic Development and Tourism Board here in the city of Kyle, as well as the current president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Ma'am?
I'm Evangelina Chapa, and I'm a resident here in Kyle, and I've been here since 1974. And the reason we moved here was because my husband was offered a job at the school district. So we've been involved with the community. There were only 3 homes here in Kyle when we moved, and we had to choose the one that was falling down, and that because it wasn't, the others weren't big enough. So we've seen a big growth.
Oh, yeah.
And don't get me wrong, we were all for development, because when we started working with the school, there were really any jobs for kids that were graduating from school. And so we needed, and we pleaded, we were asking, we were trying to get, but at the time, people were not letting go of their properties, so there were no developments happening. I was here in '74, and shortly after that, Dairy Queen was the only one that
much as we tried to get development, we couldn't attract anybody because the space was not big enough for everyone. But we managed to get finally the prison. So a lot of people have still criticized that the only thing, really, a prison right down near downtown. So, I mean, we took whatever was available. And so
Yeah.
that was the start. I do live on Center Street, so there are some changes that I'm for and against. The development, we have nothing against development. We're nothing against the development downtown. But we do still have our historical town that I feel that's very important to the people that still live here. And so we love our town. We do see some business that is happening that we enjoy, that's good, but there's still some things that I personally want to preserve, you know. Working for the school myself as a teacher's aide, we did have the third grade was the curriculum that they had. And part of the curriculum that we would teach was for them to be proud of their community and for them to see what's in their community. And they used to do, I'm out of it now, but they used to do walking tours of their town. Tours of the
Like from the elementary school right over here?
Elementary, yes. And they did the walk tours here, and then they took buses to go to the old cemeteries that they have here. So there's a lot of history that I think that needs to be preserved, and that's one thing that I feel very strong about. Because I'm not originally from here, but I've taught the kids that, and so I hope that you think of that also. Yes, there is a mission for development and progress, but there's still that old mission that we need to keep. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
And I'm one of the culprits at Braca Prison when I was on the city council. Sorry, guys. But like Angie said, there were no jobs here. It was mostly farmland. Finally, I guess the people passed on and the children took it over. Then we had the crisis of not enough water. We had moratorium. There was not enough water. Too much building happening too soon. So my concern, I live here downtown by the Clinton. And my concern is that I do want development. I do want to see growth. Of course, it's happened already. But kind of somewhat study it more to see what we can do. I love to see downtown developed.
that's why they chose Kyle. But then we've got some wild branches, the spunkiest older people I've ever met. Some of you know Sue, so there's others almost as cool as Sue, but also some young people too, and so we're looking at that. I'm glad to see Wayfinders here. Y'all are out in the community a lot. The harvest is plenty, and I think there's just so much that I think we have a role, an important role to play on this, in the quality of life in Kyle of having vital churches that do vital things and do a lot of ministry. And so I just found out this morning I got a grant. We're going to start a dinner church once a month from now on Wednesday nights and have a free meal for the community. The grant I wrote is to have the best music possible so that it's not a lame church potluck, but a really cool dinner where we do church, we do dinner, and talk about people's lives. So we're excited about that, and we're going to do an outdoor blessing of the animals. But we very much want to be invested because we feel like our place downtown is so much of who we are and what God wants us to be in this spot. And so I've been looking forward to this meeting. I'm glad this day's here.
All right, thanks for coming. All right, in the back.
Before we get the staff.
Oh, who did we miss? Oh, you snuck in late. Yeah. Went all the way to the front too, because he knew he'd already done that.
Oh, I don't need it. I'm Will Caldwell. I own Dojo Kyle Jiu-Jitsu right here on the town square. I also live downtown, and yeah, I'm just excited to see how it's going to develop. I would like a walkable, bikeable space, and just a fun place to be.
Thanks for coming. All right, now we're going to the back.
I'm Victoria Vargas. I work for the City of Kyle's Economic Development Department.
Jerry Hendricks, I'm the Chief of Staff for the City of Kyle.
Scott Sellers, City Manager.
I'm Howard Pence, I'm the Community Development Manager.
Thanks for coming. Just from the crowd, from what you all said, it looks like we have a really diverse group here that represent a lot of different interests. Churches are going to be key in helping to bring the community together around what's next for downtown. Your schools, your Rotary, those are all important pieces of the puzzle. And you're going to need to gather your tribe for downtown, because it doesn't, like I said earlier, it can't just be one small group. It really needs to be everybody coming together to identify what you want to do and how you're going to get it done. So I'd like to just throw out some questions and hear y'all's responses. So what makes Kyle different from any place else? What is unique about your community?
Well, we are on the busiest highway in the state of Texas, and we don't have a business and economic development plan.
You might need to use the microphone or stand up so everybody can hear you.
The fact of the matter is that we are on one of the biggest interstate highways, busiest and growing from what I read. And we don't have a thriving, we're the only little community that doesn't have a thriving business and economic development in the downtown area. I think that's what makes us really unique, is that we've just kind of let it all sit there and go away. We've chased it away, actually. A lot of people have. That's my opinion.
I think also what makes us very unique as a city is the fact that our downtown, most, and I could be wrong about this, but in most models of cities and small towns, there's a certain degree of change that occurs in the infrastructure within those downtowns as time goes by, from the 50s to the 70s to the 80s. Kyle has been encapsulated and has literally, we are a time capsule. Our downtown is literally about 100 years old and has never changed. And I think that that's what makes us very unique right now and how we're going to approach that with where we are right now.
We're also downtown that has a very high percentage of residents that live downtown. It's unique because downtowns don't have a lot of families living in downtown.
Right. Yes.
I think, even though there's a lot of things we need to get caught up on speed with, as a chamber member of multiple chambers in this area, I feel like we have a lot of young entrepreneurs and passion here in Kyle for change and development, which surpasses a lot of the neighboring cities. So I think even though a lot needs to be done, there's a lot of people here who really want to
Who else? Oh, sorry, Lana.
You're not gonna ignore me.
No, I will not.
She just couldn't see.
I think, you know, you asked what makes Kyle unique, and I think it's our history that makes Kyle unique. And sometimes it's difficult for people to see history, but we have an incredible history. And one of the things that's really remarkable are the people who lived here in the past, both the men and the women. We had incredible women who lived here. I mean, Catherine Ed Porter lived here as a child, but we had our first woman mayor in 1937. That's before World War II.
Right.
That's really incredible.
Yeah.
And we had incredible men too who lived here. We had men who patented planes, and we had a Rhodes Scholar. And Kyle Field at Texas A&M was named after a Kyle who was born here. So we have like this phenomenal history that's littered with all of these really great characters. But because we've had this tremendous growth with new people who moved here, they're not familiar with the history. I mean, the old timers, they all know it. But the people who moved here, they have no idea. And I guess that's where we've fallen down on the job, is we haven't told that story.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you next, ma'am.
Even though we don't have our downtown figured out, or,
Can you stand up and maybe, I just wanna make sure everybody can hear what you're saying.
since I've been here, I haven't been here a long time, I've been here several years, been very involved, but one thing about Kyle is that we may not have the downtown figured out, we may not have the growth situation figured out, but there is a real sense of Kyle trying to make sure the community is together with the Christmas tree and the Young Square and the Easter egg hunts, movies in the park. There are so many community engaging things that Kyle really tries to do to try to keep the community close and together. That's really something great.
Ma'am?
I just wanted to add to Lila's words there, that the depot, I'm part of the board of the depot, and that's what brought Kyle. That's why Kyle is here, because of the train and of Kyle donating property for it to become a town, to communicate between San Antonio and Austin. And that's part of the teaching that we did at schools, to remind the kids. And also it gives me a great feeling when some of those students that have been in the school district, that have moved on to other parts, they'll say, I want to bring my kids back to Kyle.
Right.
I want to bring them back to Kyle because they don't forget what they had also. So it's important for the history to be still kept here, okay?
Yes, and then I have one over here too.
So when we started looking from El Paso, moving to this area, we went to San Marcos, we went to Utah, different places. To be honest, I fell in love with downtown, the way it looked. And this location is the best of both worlds. So if we're able to preserve the history and add and maybe build apartments, I mean, we're in a perfect location, close to Austin, close to San Antonio. We're the hub, and I think as a woman, we all know the kitchen is the heart of the home. I think our downtown is the heart of Kyle. So it's a beautiful place, and I would love to see it grow.
There's somebody over here that had,
Yes, I've been on the Kyle Parks and Recreation Board for several years now, and a lot of people don't know what we have coming in the future. One of the things, Kerry Benowitz, our director, the man's brilliant. Eventually, whenever all this, and it will all be, be homes, whatever else, eventually, we're gonna have a trail where if a kid lives east of I-35 and he has a friend in Plum Creek, eventually, we're gonna have a trail system that he can get
What's the timeline on that?
I'm sorry?
What's the timeline on that?
Whenever things get developed. We got a lot of dirt out there, and as soon as they put houses on there, we're making preparations for the future for that to happen. One of the things that we're gonna have in the future is, Six Creeks is a new subdivision over here. Eventually, we're gonna have public access to the Blanco River. So we live in the Steeplechase. If I want to throw my kayak on my car, I can drive over there, throw my car in Blanco River and take off. So we've got a lot of good people that work for the city that have, that we have plans and we're working on things. Whenever this subdivision comes in, for example, let's say they have 100 acres. Well, if it's, one of the things they have to do is they have to donate so much of that usable, and it has to be usable land to the Parks Board. Or if for some reason they don't want to do that, or what we do is we will charge them so much money per house. So each lot they sell, maybe $100 goes to the park board, or goes to the parks funding. So a lot of that stuff, we have excellent parks here, and I'm really proud to be part of the parks board here. So, and if you haven't been to one of the parks, go. There's one. If you live here, there's one at least a mile away from you. So.
In the back row, in the purple.
So this is more of a suggestion, but I've heard us talk about the history, preserving the history, and also educating people on the history. We've got a lot of diamonds, actual shiny diamonds, the Methodist Church, the Catherine Ann Porter House, the train depot that are in this downtown that is a diamond in the rough. So why not, incorporate a tour of the downtown area of the diamonds that we have down here that could be part of, an event that would be fun for the children as well. The train depot is amazing because it really reflects the time. And we haven't made any attempts there to cover up history, which I think is really fantastic. And downtown as well, as somebody else said, first woman mayor. I believe it was also a full woman council at that time as well. So that's beyond spectacular, and we can show that off now. I didn't know until I moved here that Kyle Field was part of the A&M, thing. But I would wager that there are many people at A&M that don't know Kyle is where that Kyle Stadium came from. So maybe educating some of those people as well.
Can I say? So 20 years ago when I attended this DTA meeting, I didn't keep all that wonderful information I gathered under a bushel for nobody to see or hear or get other people excited about it. In fact, there were members of the community, elderly.
We can't hear.
You gotta use the microphone.
So I didn't keep that wonderful knowledge that I learned at the TDA meeting under a bushel. I brought it back, and in fact, I used it for preserving the town square because the Mayor Pro Tem at the time was going to build a 4,700 square foot office building on the town square. Obviously, I was successful in the fight to keep it and preserve the town square because it's not there. That being said, I've had the pleasure of knowing a lot of the old timers and hearing their stories and reading their books and participating in life with them. There have been so many, it's like a personal feud as to who's going to win the next prize from, whether you're from the Baptist church or the Methodist church or the Catholic church. And that is where these women got their significance from and who wrote the history of Kyle. And there were feuds. It's like there's been, I almost am embarrassed to
Okay, but I will say that's not unique about your community.
It is not unique.
Because that is every community.
But there were so many things that have gone by the wayside and got lost in the story. These women were very proud of their contribution, but it's like one person couldn't have one step up over another. It's the saddest thing to watch, and you know, due to my own personal needs of having to stop and take care of my parents for the past 10 years. I've stayed out of this community because it just doesn't, I sound like a stranger talking in the wind. When I say, look, we really need to get things going here, they think I'm the renegade. I'm not the renegade. You know, someone makes a comment about, you know, business is organic. Well, so is death. And death seems to happen a whole lot easier than life. Some cities just stop trying. And
I don't think that's the case here. I think you.
well, I think you haven't been here.
But wait a minute, may I say something? I think from what I'm hearing, just listening to all of you, every community needs some healing. Every community. You are not unique in that. And there's a lot of, when you look at our history, when you look at your history, there's a lot of hurt and there's also a lot of really amazing things that happen. And that is why you guys are all here today, is to try to come together as a community. And maybe it is making a museum. Maybe you guys could all come together and write stories about your ancestors or people that you knew, the gentleman from Kyle, you know, the first women mayor. Write those stories down and put them somewhere so that you can take your children, your grandchildren, to see that and learn and heal from that. That is your healing power.
So I think everyone's saying the same thing, but I just wanted to kind of add to that. I think to answer your question of what's unique about this community is that all these stories that everyone has, and you know, I've been here 12 years, 13 years, and I've learned more about Kyle from coming to these meetings than I've learned out in the community. And that's why it's important to create a space where we can see the history and also talk about the history and also share the history. So to address your question, or to kind of answer your question, I think the unique position that we have is that our story hasn't been told. Kyle's story hasn't been told. And so for that to happen, it's going to take all this community to come together, share those stories, and create a space where we can interact with each other so that those stories can go out into the world. So I think that's the biggest opportunity that we have here, is to kind of bring together those stories so that we all know about them as a community and have that sense of bond or something that brings us all together. And then we have the opportunity to take that out into the world to make that Kyle more of a destination that people look to and understand and know more about. It's a place to live.
I kind of want. Okay, did you want to say something? I want to move on to another question.
I just wanted to say first the history. I met some very interesting people at the Sledge Baptist Church. It's a black church, and their history is amazing, and it'd be lovely to hear about their story as well. But another thing about telling these stories is to have a community theater where not only is it written, but it's acted out, and you get that way you get the community involved, the children involved, and acting out these stories. But I just want to switch it for a minute and talk about the traffic and talk about parking.
Oh, I'm just about to get there. Don't get ahead of me now.
There was one more question.
Well, I was just gonna try to sort of rebuttal a little bit, like this idea that we're kind of a stuck community and we're not moving anywhere, because I think a lot of the people in this room weren't here when a lot of that stuff was going down. And one of the reasons why I went to business here was because we went from 3,000 people to 30,000 people in 10 years.
Yeah.
Now we're almost at 50. The few people that were making a lot of the choices way back in the day are not the people who are making the choices right now for this community. And so I don't think you should hold the past accountable for what's going on right now.
Yeah, I mean.
Can I play off that? I think it's where you're going anyway with another question, but one thing that's kind of interesting, I'm a former city councilman in Jonestown, North Shore Lake Travis, small 2,200 person. As you get out and campaign, and I know Catherine hears this, and I'm not hearing it here, which is a little unusual, it goes back to the uniqueness, is an anti-growth. I've heard, now we have to be careful with growth, but I have not heard, yes, you're the stakeholders that are probably a little more interested in seeing things go, but typically what you will hear in a smaller town is, I came here and I'm gonna close the door behind me and I don't wanna grow anymore, and I don't think I'm hearing that. I don't think you have a choice. I always laughed when I would campaign and I'd knock on a door and somebody would say, "Are you for growth?" And I didn't know how to answer that. We're in the northwest corner of the fastest growing county in the United States, just about, in Travis County. It doesn't matter if I'm for growth or not, it's coming. So I didn't know how to answer that. And typically that person that would tell me that would say, "Well, I moved here 3 years ago and I bought this house and now it's getting really crowded and I'm pretty tight." And I'm thinking, who gave it, do you get to close the door behind you? It was a strange thing. So maybe there's a uniqueness here that is more about managing growth instead of trying to stop growth, which gets real ugly, and it tends to just happen to you instead of you helping control it.
I think we've been through the stopping growth, and now
Yeah, maybe you're beyond it now and saying, well, it doesn't
the
matter.
conversation is progressing.
Okay, hold your thought, because we only have another 45 minutes, and I want to make sure we cover things. So hang on. I'll have a wrap up. Don't worry. So let me ask y'all something. What are the challenges for your downtown?
Parking. Need a trolley.
Traffic is definitely a problem out here.
Infrastructure.
So infrastructure, I would imagine, is going to be an issue since you have had such incredible growth over the last 30 years.
In the way of our freshwater and wastewater system in our Center Street, that's something definitely.
Yeah, I see three main things: the water, the complete encircling of the downtown area, and the train that takes you have to sit there for 20 minutes to cross every so often. You know when it's going to happen.
Is this a quiet crossing? No.
We're working on it. It needs to be, we are working on it.
I mean, I'll tell you this is better. We did an assessment in Richmond earlier this year, and the train comes through and blows its horn every 17 minutes.
It's real fun at the bar when they do shots every time the train.
Oh, do they do that? I know up in Sulphur Springs they do that too. But the city is planning on doing a quiet crossing, Scott?
Too late.
Are y'all planning on, is that a goal for the future, that one?
She said they were.
Right here.
She did. I stepped in the back, sorry. But yeah, we are working on it. It's just with the railroad and money that it's gonna cost.
Yeah, it's always fun working with the railroads. They're so flexible and easy.
There's 2 tracks there too, so one train will have to stop while another one sometimes.
Right, you get stuck. So one of our towns, the city manager made a complaint because they kept blocking their main street, and now they like to stop and just park it and blow the horn right by City Hall to irritate her. Petty people. But definitely, this is, what's the traffic count on Center Street?
They stopped counting.
They stopped counting?
A day? That's what I'm saying, we have all this traffic and nothing to provide.
Well, I'm gonna hold I've got some thoughts. Okay, what? Yeah.
I think part of my answer to that is maybe also to the previous question. What makes us unique and what provides the biggest challenge is the cultural discernment of what are we going to be. There's not clarity or unity around a destination or a particular vision. And so you have people trying to conserve and people trying to grow, which if you're not growing the economy, there won't be anything to preserve or people to come and see that.
Right.
So point being for us, what we're interested in as a challenge.
We can't hear over here.
There's the microphone.
Get that microphone.
I was saying that one of the challenges is also. Can you?
Yeah.
Sure. One of the challenges is also, I think, what makes us unique, right? We have this culture of people. We have these gatherings that happen on the square, and like that small town charm with big city amenities is part of what attracts people to come here.
but without a clear vision on what's going to make downtown an ongoing destination outside of businesses, outside of history, like how do we put those pieces together and navigate that? To me, that's one of the challenges. And so bringing clarity around a particular vision, that is the biggest challenge, because once you have that, you can make infrastructure changes, you can make changes to accommodate that. But if you don't know what you're actually accommodating for, and there's a lot of voices, but not a singular picture of ideology or philosophy of what we're trying to do. So, yeah.
Wait, I know, ma'am, you wanted to make a comment?
As far as like he says about the special activities that we have here in town, I live on Center Street, just about 6 blocks from here. And I see the traffic every morning, especially when school starts. It'll be because there's a stop sign at the end of 152, yeah. And so the traffic is just stopped. Me, if I try to get out of my driveway, I can't get out. I can't go into Center Street. I have to come all the way on the back road to Burleson to get to the light. But then when we had all that construction, there was no way we could get out of that. So that's to see the egg hunts. When the egg hunts come, I mean, everybody comes and from the different neighborhoods. And just to see, it's great to see them, but I know they get frustrated because they're going to be late to get to the egg hunt. When it gets to the Founders Parade that we have, there's not enough traffic. I mean, not enough parking for all those people, especially when you have 2 high schools that are coming to play on the parade. Right. And all the people that come to see their kids march, there's just not enough parking. If they have the square, if you're going to have a booth, you're going to have to park somewhere else, yeah, so that the customers can buy, come and do the buying. And there's just not enough places. My daughter was helping out in one of the booths on the Fair in the Square for Relay for Life. And she would have to get the truck, come and unload, go back home. We had to go pick her up just so because of the parking. Right. So it's convenient for her. But if people from out of town that have booths or people around here, it's very hard for them to find a spot for them to put their vehicles.
So I'll tell you that most downtowns, whenever we do these things and we say, what's your problem? Number 1 is always parking. But I'll tell you that when people really want to be someplace, they'll make it work. But if you don't have a reason for them to work a little bit harder, they'll go to Buda. They'll go somewhere else. But they'll look for a space if there's something they want to do.
Well, when they have if I have a yard sale, my neighbors get mad because my customers are blocking their.
And that's every neighborhood, yes.
You're talking 2 different kinds of issues with parking. You're talking about 150 is one issue, and then having event parking is a different thing. I agree with you. I mean, event parking is, you're going to walk. Anywhere you go, you're going to walk. That's just the deal. But when school started, from the freeway stop sign to the highway, and from the freeway stop sign to Hayes High School was bumper to bumper because we just didn't have flow. I know that's a unique thing, but during certain times of the day, it is literally, you cannot get onto the street because of flow through. These are not people who are stopping here. Right. They're just trying to get from point A to point B. So those, to me, those are different kinds of parking issues.
Right.
And traffic issues.
There are. I do, Scott wants, yeah, Scott.
I was just gonna clarify, back in 2016, the official ADT average daily traffic on this road was 14,000. It's probably increased 2,000 since then, so
Right.
it's 16,000.
I told Scott this story when we talked about the assessment. So Sulphur Springs, is anybody familiar with Sulphur Springs, east of Dallas? They're a town of about 12,000. Their football team did very well, went to state, won state. Super exciting. They wanted to have a celebration, and they were going to do it in the courthouse parking lot. It's the county seat of Hopkins County. They have a beautiful historic courthouse that was surrounded by a big, ginormous parking lot. And so they needed a big space for people to gather, and the city manager said, well, this is where everybody parks when we do stuff downtown. If we have the celebration in the parking lot, where's everybody gonna park? What are we gonna do? And everybody said, well, this is the only space we have that's big enough. And they did it, and like 7,000 people showed up for the celebration, and he went, a light bulb went off over my head because they figured out where to park because they wanted to be here. And that changed his whole mindset about what could be possible for downtown. They actually converted that parking lot into a public plaza. It has a splash pad for the kids. It has a memorial to veterans from the county. It also has their famous glass bathrooms. If you might not have heard of them, they're one-way glass. When you're inside, you can see out, but people can't see in. But the locals love to mess with the visitors and go over there and point and laugh, take pictures. It is a little disconcerting when you're in the restroom and there's somebody playing life-size chess right here next to you, but they can't see you. And that is something that people on I-20 will get off, because they don't have an I-35 right there. They're 35 miles north of I-20, maybe even more. So you have to make a conscious decision to go to their community. So they converted that. They brought in a group called Tool Design Group, and the designer that they worked with came in for a day and just met with everybody. People that said, I hate downtown, I love downtown, I like this, I don't like this. And again, the city manager, Mark Maxwell, said, oh, you know, the great thing about downtown, we're going to widen all the streets and narrow the sidewalks, and we're going to make sure all the street lights work. And they said, no. We're going to narrow down all the streets, which you already have out here. We're going to widen the sidewalks, which you already have. We're going to get rid of the street lights, and we're going to put in stop signs. We're going to tweak the grid a little bit so it's weird and uncomfortable, so people are cautious when they get to that stop sign. And he said, I knew that we'd hit a home run when I was having coffee at the coffee shop, and I looked up, and there were two women with strollers, and they were stopped in the middle of the street having a conversation. And I knew that if people felt safe walking, crossing the street, that they would feel comfortable coming to downtown. And now, when we had a public meeting there, people were like, if I'm out of town, the first place I come when I come back into town is downtown, because I don't want to miss if there's something going on. They have a night market that's, let's face it, Texas, I don't understand how anybody goes to farmers market. 8 a.m. Saturday morning, that's already 95 degrees. I do not want to go out and try to get some fruit. Do it at 7 o'clock, add some music.
That's a great idea.
Yes, and I'll pick up, hopefully there's some food that's already been prepared that I can shove into my teenager's mouth, right? And changed it. But they were also competing with a lot of other markets. But it changed the culture of that community, and it changed people's ideas about what downtown could be. And with that whole redevelopment that they did, they actually ended up gaining 3 spots. Everybody was worried the loss of the courthouse parking lot was going to be the death of downtown, but people figured out if they want to be downtown, they'll find a spot.
But you know what stopped was the truck traffic, because it's in an F-250 pickup, it's a little tough to get through there. 18-wheeler, you don't even try. The big fight was with the fire marshal going, I can't get my fire trucks through this traffic calming mess, as he called it. But they overrode him. It worked great, and it's just stopped. It slowed everything down. We've been sitting here watching traffic. It is scary out here how fast and how not just how many, but I mean we just saw a concrete truck blowing through here at 35 miles an hour. It seemed like. I mean.
So what's the speed limit out here? I'm gonna get questions. What's the speed limit out here? Do your police, do they enforce it? I mean, are they hitting the truck drivers? Because the truck drivers talk and say, hey, guess what? I just got hit in Kyle. Don't come through here. That's like the best advertising you can get.
Yes, but it's also, they're going down that road to construction sites, and it might be the only way they can get to the site. So it's not, it's because of all the construction that's right at the other end of this, all these thousands of homes going in.
But if they're going 40 miles an hour,
I agree, no, I
That's
agree.
because the mentality in this central Austin area kind of is the speed limit is 10 to 15 miles over where that sign said. Thank you very much.
They're also California.
they're not all from California. There's plenty of good old boys and good old girls hauling butt all over this state. I drive all over the place. Leadfoot.
So y'all, most of y'all probably know where Kyle United Methodist is. We have 2 lots for sale next to us, next to the elementary school that we just put up. I don't think they're in MLS yet. So before I got to the church, they made the decision that they could make some money for the church, and they assessed based on the size of our sanctuary, we have adequate parking. Because I thought, well, why wouldn't we just have that for parking? But before I got there, they decided we've got parking, it would be better for us to sell them. So the nibbles that we've had so far, building single-family houses there, which would be good, or building parking there. And I noticed that we don't have parking issues, but there are parking issues around us. My hope and dream is that our church will be so packed pretty soon that we'll need them. But as I look at it, just my gut tells me, couldn't we do something there that's meaningful to downtown instead of just asphalt?
Well, and let's also talk about the need for screening and drainage, because the more concrete you put in, it's increasing your temperature around here. It's not pleasant to look at.
Hi, Catherine. How are you? Going back to the traffic, these pedestrian walkways are not identified as pedestrian walkways by the drivers.
Okay. Right.
Crossing the street.
Yeah.
I almost got one of them.
So that's it. There's I'll tell you, most historic downtowns in Texas,
They're not identified as crossing.
and most historic downtowns are on a state highway. It's just because that's the way they develop, and it's a struggle for everybody, especially when you have to manage TxDOT, because TxDOT doesn't want you to do anything. I will say Brenham has 290 business running through their downtown, and they were able to add signage in the middle of the road, right there, that's a pedestrian walkway that they say has helped really slow drivers, and it's made pedestrians feel more comfortable.
It will speed up when they see you.
Oh, yeah.
There are plans in the future, the somewhat near future.
For a bypass.
For a bypass.
Right.
On the west side, for 150. And so that will definitely change the traffic patterns. And I don't know if that's good or bad for downtown.
It's a double-edged sword. But right now, there doesn't seem to be any marketing of downtown. Faith and I drove down from Austin today, and noticed there's not one sign that says downtown Kyle this way. And I know it takes time with TxDOT to get those signs, but there should be at the exit for 150, there should be a downtown Kyle this way. There should be another one there that says downtown Kyle this way. I noticed that KB Homes is listed on the wayfinding signage up here. Is there other wayfinding signage around town that I just didn't see? Is there any more downtown?
Subdivisions, they only lead to the subdivisions.
Okay.
There's not, but next month, we already have them ordered, we're waiting for them to come in.
Oh, okay.
So that we are.
And TxDOT's approved all the installation.
So
Oh,
you're
nice.
doing a historic downtown way sign?
No, we don't want them downtown, don't you understand? There's
Yeah,
too much
and then,
traffic.
I just wanted to make a point about the parking, and maybe it's because I have long legs and I like to stretch them out, but I don't see the parking as an issue down here. I'll park in the neighborhood and I'll walk over, it's not a big deal. The walkability though, I think is a bigger issue than the parking.
Okay.
Not just Main Street, but all the side streets were connected with sidewalks and trees and.
So walkability is a
I think
challenge.
walkability is the biggest, that will have the biggest impact more than changing.
Well, it's just that the parking is adequate for what is here now. And if you want to grow and have more stuff, more things,
But that has,
The
that's the
neighborhood
point.
is
That
more than
has-
just Center Street.
Okay, one at a time, one at a time.
A few blocks each way that everyone can park on the street, but you have to build infrastructure with the drainage, sidewalk, all that to make it obvious to everyone that, hey, we can just park down the street and take a nice stroll and then see some of the unique homes, especially here on the south.
Oh, they're beautiful.
The south area of Center Street.
They're beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm ready to buy like 4 or 5. Yeah.
So I would really love to see, future-wise, the ability of maybe going to the Kyle website and having all the businesses. I moved here and I still don't know where the haircutting place is, what restaurants
cities that have done kiosks and they'll change them out once a year or something to reflect the change. Yeah.
I'm going to shift gears just a little bit. You asked about challenges. May not be the most favorable comment here this morning, but on a Chamber of Commerce and business perspective, business hours of operation and days of operation, that's one of our biggest complaints. Why isn't the business open on this day or after 5 p.m. or after 6 p.m.? Obviously, as a business owner, we want to make sure that we've got the penetration and we've got enough customers to keep our doors open during those times, which I think will happen with our population increase. But that really is something that I think as we move forward, it's very important. Most of our population right now, they're commuting, so they may not be here during the day. So daytime operations are different than the nighttime or weekend. But if you come down here in the evenings or on the weekends, it's pretty quiet. Yes, so I think that's really important with the business owners in town or in the room. Our citizenry, they're going to be coming down more often than the outsiders, whether we become a destination or not. It's our Kyle population that is going to make this downtown a success. So it's really about being thoughtful and strategic on when we're available for them.
That's always a huge issue, and I noticed that in the business survey that a lot of the hours were more 9 to 5, which a lot of people say if you're only open those hours, then you're basically marketing yourself to the unemployed, whether they be retired or stay. I mean, it's true, because if you're employed, I mean, I'm lucky. I have the best commute in Austin. It is 3 seconds from my coffee maker to my home office. But most people, and I can go and run an errand at 10 a.m. when it's not peak time if I need to, and that works. But most people are dragging. I mean, when our kids were young, even just trying to get them out of bed 7 o'clock. If we had a babysitter and you want to go find something to do, like, can people do that here? Can they come downtown? You've got all these young families that probably want to get away and get away from their kids and do something. Can they do that downtown?
Outside of bars, no.
And yeah.
There's no retail, there's no children's discovery, there's nothing here that our building zoned RS that would allow that. Well, they put such a high demand on the parking ratio that the space isn't big enough to allow for it. So there's different
parking
levels of
minimums.
strangling that throat that keep things from happening.
So you have parking minimums for downtown?
Businesses.
For the businesses?
Yes.
And how long have those been in place?
Well, I'm talking about construction forever. And then they're taking them on the other side of town. And then they're not telling anybody there's a downtown. Go talk to people east side of the highway. They don't even know there's a downtown.
I will say that happens in more cities. We did an assessment in Garland, which is the 12th largest city in Texas, and I met people that had grown up there that never even knew they had a downtown. And their downtown is like a small town downtown. You wouldn't know that there's 150,000 people in that community because it's 4 lanes everywhere, and then you get to downtown, 2 lanes. I can walk out in front of cars, people stop, people are going slow. It's a completely different feel, and meanwhile people are like, what? Garland doesn't have a downtown. No, there's the Firewheel development, which has Subway. That's the town center, right?
Plum Creek that has become, the downtown area of the city of Kyle has become a suburb of Plum Creek. And that's a sad statement. That's why there's no community or unity, is because it's all going out to Plum Creek where the
But right now there's no reason for people to come here, is what you're telling me.
It's been a combination of.
Make sure we're using the mic so we can pick it up on our live stream.
Oh, okay.
We are recording this because that's one of the reasons why we wanted to have it in City Hall. We have the cameras and microphones, so folks that weren't able to come today can review this meeting later.
So as far as parking minimums go, I think I know a lot about this because my section of the downtown has kind of been forgotten, and it's right down over there. And because it's on the old, it's owned by TxDOT, it's this weird gray zone where the city can't really do much. But the problem with that area is actually this parking minimum. And I was fortunate enough, I bought a piece of land that had some area that I could develop. And I was planning to put another business there or build another building, but I had to use it as a parking lot. And fortunately, I was able to do that. But all my neighbors are like twisted up. Like the guy who's right next to me, he's been trying to sell his building for over 4 years, and he can't because he has no parking. And he has no place to put parking. And because he has no parking, no place to put parking, he can't put a business in there. And so he's just screwed. And, oops, sorry, I shouldn't have said that recording it, but
He's in a pickle.
he's in a real pickle. And I would have been in that same situation myself. I would have basically purchased a white elephant. And that's really stopping that area from being developed. Plus, there's no walkway to get to there, you know?
There's no sidewalks, or what do you mean?
There's no sidewalks. There's no way to get down there. Thankfully, the rail house has done some development to take things down there, and I'd like to continue that maybe. But it's hard because,
There's not a good walkway crossing across the railroad either.
yeah, that's true too. Yeah. But I really wanted to say one thing. I wanted to go back to what Ty was talking about and having a sense of identity for the city. I think that is really important. I really love how we tried to rebrand the city as the pie capital and all that kind of stuff, and I'm all for that, even though I'm not certified yet, but I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate it into martial arts, maybe smashing pies or something. But
I would come see that. I would come down from Austin to see that. I want to see that.
But
There you go.
the thing that I've kind of learned from living in the city for the last 3 or 4 years is that at first I thought this was going to be kind of a backwater town, and I realized that this is like the perfect place to live because it's the crossroads to everything. Go out west to Wimberley, you can do little trinket shopping. You go out east, I mean, when I'm not going to Milt's Barbecue, you got barbecue out there. If you go south, because they have a square, San Marcos is awesome to go to. And I think that's the one thing we need. We need a complete square. We have a street, which is kind of run down, and some of the buildings are unoccupied, and the ones that are like bars. And so people just blaze through there. And they know they're going to get stopped by that stupid train, so they drive 10 miles extra fast so that they, you know, they think they can beat the train. I don't know, it doesn't make any sense, but I think that's why they do it. And so we got all this weird zoning areas, we got this parking issue, and it's all coming together to make this things kind of jumbled, and we need to kind of unravel a little bit.
Scott, what were you going to say?
So the road he's on is Highway 81, and it is a TxDOT roadway right now. So one of the reasons why there aren't sidewalks is because it's been TxDOT owned and controlled for many, many years.
Yeah.
We are working with TxDOT, though. Next year, they will overlay that and dedicate it over to the city.
Okay.
So we will have much more local control on it.
So I know that the bypass is planned, but what is the likelihood that you can take back Center Street? Now.
That we can take it back now.
Take it back now.
From TxDOT.
From TxDOT.
So the way state systems work is they don't like to have dead-ended roadways.
Right. So you
they
have
like
to
to
connect
maintain
between-
connectivity.
yeah.
Right now, there is no 150 designation from east to west if we were to abandon this. So there would have to be another way around.
Okay.
So until we figure that out,
Right.
and hopefully this assessment will help us clarify some of those answers, it's not likely. Now, with that said, TxDOT does like to give away roadways as much as they
Yes.
can, and if we agree to maintain it
Yeah,
and they have
yeah.
connectivity, then yes, very likely.
Yeah, I know Forney outside of Dallas did that, and their downtown is smaller than y'all's. They took back a small section, but it has to be connected, right, to those other roadways. Mansfield did the same thing, much larger city, but 287 came right through their downtown, 5 lanes, truck traffic, no connection to the street as you're driving through, just blaze on through, because why would you stop? And they took it back, and so they're looking to narrow that down so that it's safer for pedestrians, so people can cross from the feeder on this side of the street over to this side of the street where there's the Bellow Mushroom and the new outdoor amphitheater, you know, so that there is better flow through their downtown, because nobody even knew that that little strip was downtown. They had no idea. Yes, ma'am.
I want to just say what I'm going to say, because I don't know if I'm going to make it to the tour. I have a
Oh, well, we're going to tour by ourselves.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah. Well, we're going to be the only sweaty ones. Y'all get to go
Okay,
hang
good
out
going.
with Cool AC. Yeah.
Right. Well, I live on Center Street, and I live in a CBD1 district. My problem is that in the next block, a house was empty. The lady passed away, and the buyer wanted to make it CBD too. And our neighborhood, the couple of houses that we have, it was from me to the next block, which is going to the library. We signed a petition that we did not want to be part of CBD2. We did not want that property CBD2. Not knowing what kind of business it was going to be. Because the noise from this railroad house, we can hear it at night. And sometimes it's up to 1:30 in the morning. So we did not want that type of business to be allowed. And so I don't know where we stand on that. If it's going to be considered now from here all the way to 150, is it going to be CBD2? If we allowed that, we would have that type of business. Yes, I do understand that right now we have like therapy clinics, different businesses that are there. Most of the houses between here and my house have already either have tried business, they haven't made it. The homes, some of them look kind of empty, or it's just not the best neighborhood like when we moved here. At least there were homes, there were families, but when it started changing to CBD1, well, this businesses kind of, you know, people got rid of their property so that it would become a business.
Because, yeah.
And so there are only 3 houses, 3 residents, myself, my neighbor, and a 95-year-old lady that lives across the street that'd be connected to this property whether it would have been changed to CBD2. And so we're confused. Our neighborhood, just a couple of homes, we're confused. Are we going to be, and at times coming to the council meetings, I don't know where I stand. I don't know the visions.
Right. Well, I think it's right. I think the time is ripe right now for y'all to come up with what that vision's going to be.
And I've been told that it's been a thriving town. And to me, you know, yeah, you want your vision. I don't mind that vision that you have. But you want it overnight.
Right. Well, the good news is nothing happens overnight in downtown development.
I get that feeling, though. I get that feeling.
I know, but I do, it is going to, I think change is always hard.
Yes.
And it has to be thoughtful, and it has to reflect the community's values and needs. Has the EDC done a retail gap analysis in the past few years? Have y'all done retail gap analysis? Yes.
We've been doing it every year.
So you know what types of businesses, where the gaps are, and and figuring out where some of those businesses might fit downtown that would be helpful to your residents, you know, where your residents are going somewhere else to spend the money, which you already have a lot of choices in your community about where you can spend money. I'll tell you, a lot of our members don't have the same options. So, you know, I know that the bigger stores, they can be, it's a curse and a blessing, right? Because you want to be generating some sales tax, but you also want to have local businesses that reflect the local culture.
Right.
And feature locally made products or earrings, you know, like I'm wearing like 4 different small businesses across Texas right now.
Well, the thing is that they built a building like 10 years ago, which was a Chipley's Donut place, and that did not fit in our community at that time. We just did not appreciate that, and we had our struggles, not this council, maybe 2 councils before. So we've struggled with that's not the type of business that they had promised us that we have. The building did not even fit the structure, but we still feel very, very close that we have the church, we have the town, we have the churches, we have the fire department, we have the library, and that's what we, you know, we still want that, respect our culture, our history.
But I guarantee that there are people in the community right now that have small businesses that they're running out of their houses, or they're going to Buda and San Marcos and Austin to run them, that if they had the right climate here to come open You know, whether that be a boutique, maybe it's a couple different businesses under one type of roof. Is it a place where people can eat that has, you know, I think if y'all are gonna go all in on this pie thing, you know, we've all kind of talked about this. I want to see pizza pie. I want to see more pie. I want to see pie throwing contests. I want to see Scott Seller in one of those water tanks, and you pay $1 and get to or knock them down and hit them with the pie. I mean, I think you could go. If you're going to go all in on the pie thing, then it's time to go all in on pie. I want barbecue pie. I want a brisket pie.
But not that. But not that. That's the thing that we're concerned, that we don't want that type of business. Yes, dentist, real estate, fine, offices, that's great.
Well, what
but
about,
not.
I mean, and I understand a roadhouse can be rowdier with louder music, but I'll tell you that a lot of people that are, probably some of your younger residents and people that are visitors, you know, they'd like to be able to have a glass of wine. And be in a more mature environment where it isn't, you know, loud dance music but I think people appreciate having live music by your locals. Maybe that's acoustic instead of electric, but having a mix of uses is gonna make your downtown more vibrant, and that's gonna show its vibrancy to primary job providers who may be looking for a new location, residents
Well,
who
look,
say,
that'd be fine. And like I say, we're not against the development, but it's just this type of business that stays up late,
'Cause you got
keeps
a lot-
us up, keeps us awake.
Of course.
And I'm concerned also of my neighbor, 95-year-old lady, which if she passes, because I've been asked if when I die, will I sell my property? And so it's kind of touchy.
Yeah.
But also, when you go down, look at it and see, do they have enough parking for them to have those type of business, you know? And that's, please.
You definitely have enough parking down here.
Okay.
For those types of
That-
businesses. But I think it has to be thoughtful in who's being recruited to downtown, so that you're curating what kind of experience people are gonna have when they come here. Because right now, they can go eat barbecue, they can get a piece of pie, and then what else are they gonna do? That's what I was Oh, Lordy.
Okay.
I had a spot.
But-
No, wait,
no,
we've gotta
no,
give
no.
we've gotta give other people some
No,
courtesy.
I just want to stop. I'm just going to give him the mic. We don't mind this, okay? And we know that CBD1 was developed when there was nothing around. Nothing was done. So we've been stuck with CBD1. And so, okay, now that you've got you've got your CBD2 in your highway district, can we at least have our time in our neighborhood, like all the other neighborhoods?
Right.
That's.
Thank you.
I'm going to go here just real quick so we can have some order real quick. So Jacqueline's had her hand up for a while. I know Greg had his hand up. Sasha hasn't even had a chance to talk. So let's try and get, because we're going to do this till 11.
We can go a few minutes.
But we'll go a little bit longer.
A few minutes after 11
Okay.
if we need to. Yeah.
And then we're going to do, we'll reconvene at 2:30.
Yes.
2:30 to 3:30 will be the time. If you can come back as well, we'll do our recap. I just want to make sure we get as many people having their input as possible.
This question is for Dex as well as the leadership. How can, first of all, is there two questions. Is there a working sort of master list of features or different opportunities that folks would like to see? So we're talking now, it ranges from, interest ranges from having a museum to theater to different events for families, coffee houses, things like that, other restaurants. I know that the city has an idea of what they would like to see, but is there just kind of a working general list, sort of, so to speak, of features that folks would like to see that people can also contribute to, is the first question. Second question is, how can business owners and residents have more of a relationship with the city so that we can advocate for the ideas and the various things we'd like to see, as well as propose additional ideas?
Yes, good question. So I wouldn't say, do we have a working list, but we do? Did you? Okay, let me come back here to you. Yes, and I know we've had other meetings as well that the chamber has hosted, and we've got a running list of some things and comments that were taken there. So let me go to Scott real quick, and then Julie, and then we'll go back up to the front.
Just really quick, so there is a downtown overlay which does show the types of businesses, types of uses. In general, the rule of 10 is what we're looking for here, and we'll go into that probably this afternoon, but we're looking for businesses that generate foot traffic, entertainment, destination, restaurant, things like that, that will bring vibrancy through foot traffic, not driving traffic.
Notice no one said anything about bars. We are not promoting that.
An overlay district, is it your downtown district as such or not?
It's a zoning category, and then there's a downtown overlay that's on top of that.
There's
Is
a
that right?
downtown overlay on top of CBD one, is that what I understand? Are you working on it?
Okay.
That pretty much covered what I was going to say. I was just going to basically say right now, downtown is more of a residence than anything. And we're not bringing in, we don't have those businesses that bring in that draw. So that kind of covers what I was going to say. So I don't need to
I just wanted to say, I think what Julie mentioned about the opening hours brings up a great point in conjunction with what you said about the commute. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, we largely, or for a huge part of our community, is a commuter community.
Right.
So personally, by the time that I get back into town, it's pretty much a ghost. I can go have a drink or go eat, but it's too late for my wife and I to go downtown and stroll the businesses.
Right.
And then also, if we're going to a strictly, residential and professional downtown, I don't really have a reason to go and just, stroll throughout the business down there.
Right.
Unless I gotta go to the dentist or I gotta go to the real estate office.
Right.
Right? So, extending the opening hours may be, a simple, easy step to take to get more activity downtown.
Do you have somebody?
I think we need some clarification on what the boundaries are for downtown. And I think that's been a big issue for a long time. And I think that would resolve a lot of problems. Nobody has an issue with businesses being here, where we are right here. It's when you try to put a loud business next door to where someone has lived for decades. And really, there are not many residences right here. So that's not an issue, and that's not what people have been talking about. And I don't want people to misunderstand that. Right, but those apartments were built within the last few years. So that's not, so we really need a clarification of the boundaries of downtown.
And it sounds like, that must be part of what your overlay is going to include kind of defining the boundaries for downtown?
Well,
Wait, let me see if Scott can.
the two CBD zoning districts are technically the boundary. We augmented the boundary several years ago when we did our facade improvement program, and we went down to 81 and kept the two CBD districts, but the overlay is intended to help define that.
Okay.
But it may end up changing the zoning boundaries also.
So to speak to a couple of points, one, I live in hometown Kyle and I hear the train at 1:30 in the morning, so I can't imagine what you're dealing with. Do we have any noise ordinances in place for some of those bars and things like that downtown? And if so, is there information on how people can maybe call in and enforce those? Also, walkways. I think that we have the infrastructure in place for that. We have several alleyways throughout downtown Kyle, and I think they're underutilized. If you go to San Marcos or if you go to Wimberley and you look at some of those squares that people have mentioned, you'll see they're utilizing the alleyways in a lot of cases to get from business to business on different streets.
Yeah, and people, in some communities, they're using their back doors as a separate entrance, or like Mount Pleasant, they took an old utility one and added lighting, a small stage for, you know, it's not amplified music, it's just people, you know, maybe a small PA, put some tables in there, and it's like a new gathering spot.
I'm gonna go here and then I'm gonna go to Carol.
I'll just get mine. I said too much.
Yeah, the noise ordinance is 85 decibels. I believe it's 85 at the property line. The problem with noise, though, is that you feel and hear at the lower amplitudes, which don't register up over to 85. So you're going to feel the train. You're going to feel the bass from discos and the bars, etc. Those don't violate the noise ordinance, right? You're going to have the same thing with Texas Lehigh and their blasting. It's just the low frequency amplitudes that most people feel and hear.
I'm gonna go here and then we'll go to Carol. Oh, you wanna go?
Sure. And then he wants to speak also. Sorry, I'm changing my mind. So, to think that the city of Kyle has gone through numerous years of whether we should have a downtown plan, go through the voting process, all the different committees that Dex and other members have been a part of, and to think that it's gone through the voting process already. And then anytime something changes on a major highway going through town that is zoned CBD 1, 2, RS, whatever, continually has to be revisited. I understand that's a part of our free society, is that things continually get revisited. It's also, I like the term schizophrenic. Nothing can really ever get done. Or when someone thinks that they have a good idea to come in and they want to bring these businesses, there's some force, and it may just be two people that vote on Center Street that control the force. But it kills the ideas. I'm a real estate broker. This is my business, but I can't encourage anybody to spend their time talking about building a business on Center Street because I know it won't succeed. Because two people don't want it. Or 5 that the 2 know. So you're thinking that it's not wanted. No, people have stopped asking. And that's the truth.
I think I might be getting a little off topic, I don't know, but I just want to show my gratitude and thanks to the city for that. Burleson Street, I live off of Burleson. They just widened it, put a new sidewalk. I took my dog to the vet a couple months ago, and they said, "Man, she's getting a little thick, you know, got to start getting her some exercise." And so walking some of these side streets, you know, you almost got to jump in the ditch to make sure you're not going to get run over. And with the Burleson Street new sidewalk with the lighting and everything, it makes me feel like, man, not only am I going to be able to walk her in the mornings, but if I get home late, I'm going to have a nice, safe, well-lit area to take her as well. So I would love to see that as like a blueprint for how the rest of the downtown develops.
So I'm going to be kind of the person who breaks the ice on this because I think this is really important. I think we need to reach a critical mass. That's part of the problem, is we need enough kind of cool little businesses around downtown to encourage people to come. One of the problems, when I bought my building, I actually bought it from an art gallery, which is exactly the kind of business I think that we would want to be in the downtown area to bring people in, but they couldn't survive. And you look at like, was it Malargo's Religious Gifts and More or whatever? They can't be doing that great over there. It's kind of a rundown street, quiet. So how are these businesses supposed to get started? It almost needs like a critical mass before they can actually, or like Wright's Emporium or something like that. It's like before they can put down a trinket shop like that and actually have enough traffic going through to be successful. And I think part of the problem is critical mass, but I think we're very close. I think it's a lot more optimistic than people are making it out to be. I think we're really close. If we can enclose that square and get a couple more stalls for some possible businesses, it could really happen. And I think also if we could just do a little bit of charm building in the city, like I think we need the thing I wanted to say is going to make me the bearer of bad news is like some of these residential houses I think are going to have to go. Like they're going to have to become businesses because it's like, I know it's a personal connection there because it's like your car that you've been working on for 30 years and you've lived there forever and it means so much to you. But for the city as a whole, like the road that the Mar-a-Lago's Religious Gifts and More is on is like, broken up. And I don't even know where the road starts and the sidewalk begins. And that kind of a look is not the kind of thing that's going to drive people to our town. Like we need it to look really cute and charming with little like gas lamps on the street corners. I mean, that's what we need to bring people here. And I think what we've done with the fountain in the center of town, awesome. I think what we're doing with Burleson Street and revitalizing that, I don't know why it's taking forever, but that's also really amazing too. And we just need to keep doing that kind of stuff. The weird thing is we had this facade revitalization thing, like where you could apply for some money and they could redo your building. And I was just starting my business at that time, and I went to apply and they canceled it because not a single person applied for it. Right. So it's like, we can. That's what they told me, at least. That's what they told me when I went to apply for it. And so we can have all these ambitions, and we can point all these fingers. But if we ourselves aren't willing to just renovate our buildings, make them look better, accept to some extent that we might have to sell our precious home that we love to make it into a business, we're not going to grow as a community.
So, I feel like the market is going to take care of that. You have a lot of y'all have a fair amount of vacancies in your existing downtown buildings, though, right? And some of that may be that some of those spaces are too big for new business owners. They don't want 5,000 square feet. Maybe they need more like 1,500 because you looking at a business, you probably don't want to take on some huge space, right? That's going to increase your rent, and then you got to get the inventory in there to make it look full. Wouldn't it be easier if she could split a space with two other like-minded or similar businesses or that were related, or even that was something different? Maybe a smoothie store goes in and you're doing wellness, or maybe it's apparel, depending on what the needs are of the community. But I think that the residential conversion, I think I've seen that happen in Georgetown, but it's only come probably the last 5 years, right? Like Sweet Lemon, where Sweet Lemon is. Yeah. And in the 80s, Georgetown had the same problems that y'all have.
That's right.
The buildings were empty.
Yep.
There were no businesses. There were a lot of hobby businesses that were open every third Tuesday from 2 to 4 p.m.
Everybody went out to Sun City, a billion miles away, and had their own little world out there.
And there was a store called The Escape right on the square, and the owners had worked for Barnes & Noble, so they had corporate experience, customer service, this different type of training that they had when they decided to open their business. And they were probably the only ones downtown that would stay open till 7 o'clock. They were open on Sundays. Yay. They hired local high schoolers to work there, and they trained them like Chick-fil-A trains their workers, right? Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, thank you for coming in. Whoa, it's 5 minutes from closing. Please come in and take your time. Make people feel welcome. So that's just a short time ago, and now Georgetown, they've got an afternoon crowd there because of the courthouse and people that are visiting, and then at night, they've got people who are there to window shop, who are go to the Mesquite Outdoor Company. Because they're going to shop, but maybe they're also going to have a beer, but they're also just going to sit outside. More seating outside for cafes where people can, because half the fun of being in downtown is just watching other people, right? And seeing what people are doing and talking to somebody at a table next to you that you've never talked to before. And you want to have opportunities like that, and you want to have opportunities where your kids are coming down here for maybe it's a school event, maybe the school choirs are performing during the Christmas events. I don't know if that happens, or maybe there's an art show and they're displaying kids' art, because if you can get the kids' stuff down here, then you're gonna get mom, dad, their uncles, maybe some grandparents, maybe some family friends. I mean, you want the kids to be able to make memories down here, because so many of you touched on that, right? The memories, they're bringing their kids back now because they want them to feel like they're part of the community. And you want everybody in your community to feel like that. That this downtown is for everybody. That this is where they can come learn about history, where they can come shop, where they can come eat, where they can hang out. Work out. I'm hanging out. I'm hanging out. But I mean, the thing is, you want there to be a culture where people are vested. And I think there's different things you can try where you can bring different business owners down who maybe didn't realize what you've got down here. Do a business expo, sell a table or make it free, and just ask people to come out and tell us about your business and bring some of your products. And hey, did you know that this building right here was available? And this is the price? And this is what the zoning is? Because you're going to have to hit people over the head with information. Because right now they're driving through at 40 miles an hour and they don't have time to stop. And they don't want to stop because there's no reason to.
Well, the focus has been on the Plum Creek that wants to make Kyle the suburb.
Well, but I mean, it's up to everybody in this room to change that.
I agree.
And it can't just be the city that does it with making zoning changes. It's going to be real estate agents, it's going to be current business owners, it's going to be residents talking to each other about what's happening down here. That's the way it gets done. And I think, there's a couple different members of ours who have tried like pop-up events. Is everybody familiar with a pop-up? So you can do a pop-up business in a vacant building, or you could do it, I mean, now there's some that they have their own little pop-up building that they come with, you know? In Corsicana, though, they did something kind of cool. They didn't just do pop-up businesses. They did a pop-up dog park. They did a pop-up beer garden. They did fashion shows featuring fashion from the stores that were downtown. They set up a nursery. They got the kids involved so that the teenagers from the high school were running a business downtown and getting that experience. And before the event was over, and are they even 45,000? And they're not even that big. Before the event was over, this was a weekend event, 11 leases were signed. Just because people were so excited, and half of those came before the event even because people were excited about the event. And I want to be there when that event's happening, because that's going to be a great way for me to connect with new customers and other businesses. And then Linden, which is 1,800 people, hosted a pop-up. They did a whole week, like right after Thanksgiving, kind of the first week of the holidays. And they offered a little package to the first business owner that would sign a lease, and who was a pop-up business owner, and they gave them, it was very little cash. It was 6 months of utilities. So the city provided that. The chamber provided a 1-year membership. And I think there's an SBDC or somewhere nearby that was going to provide some technical assistance. Maybe the chamber was going to help with that. But it was just helping somebody get off the ground, and then they promoted that business as, look at our new downtown business owner, we're so happy to have them here. You have to create the excitement. You have to capture these stories like y'all were talking about of all the parts of your community. Because you want anybody to come here and feel like they're learning about their history, right? It can't be so disconnected that people are like, all right, so some guy named Kyle and there was, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you have to make history come alive for people to be excited about it, but you also have to make it relevant. Kids, I mean, how many museums have we dragged our kids to, and how many were we dragged to, where it was like the small, boring thing, they didn't even have, there's no headphones. You have to pick up what you're doing to make history exciting so that people do appreciate it. And so they can make a connection to it. And all the cultures, you have a diverse community. You want everybody to feel like they can look in the past and see themselves here too. Do any of y'all have anything to add before we kind of close up this first part?
At Georgetown, I know the guys at Mesquite Creek Outfitters. It's a very cool store if you get a chance. If you get a chance to visit, it's a really neat kind of combo retail and beer kind of thing. It's a cool store. Those guys will tell you that had they opened that, they've been open about 2.5 years. Had they opened 1 to 2 years earlier, they would have failed because the critical mass wasn't there yet. So it's really, and you all been saying it's a critical mass issue but you start doing some of these things and all at once the critical mass happened in Georgetown probably in 18 months to 2 years. I mean, it's a very different downtown than it was 4 years ago.
So I have one quick little idea. Has anybody here heard of the Texas Society of Sculptors? So it's a really neat group of, they're all sculptors, amazing artists, all different kinds of mediums. And one of the things that they do is they go to small towns. Georgetown was one, Marble Falls was one. There's been quite a few that have participated in kind of the small town, downtown revitalization type thing. And so a place like Texas Society of Sculptors, you could invite them to have a show in your downtown and have place pieces of art. You can jury it, place pieces of art that stay here for a year. And that's kind of a neat way to, if you want to attract people down, you've got cool little pieces of art spread out, some in the park, one by the fire station, So that's just one idea of something that you can go and solicit somebody, an organization that will come and help you.
Sorry to talk so much, but what about a bronze statue of a famous female writer and a famous female mayor, something like that?
Absolutely.
Two things real quick. First, I travel a lot, and I assume a lot of folks here already realize this, but I haven't been in Plum Creek in a long time. I did a little house hunting there when we first moved here, but it's very similar to a whole lot of new urbanism developments, as I recall, which is they are literally turning back the clock to walkable neighborhoods and setups in those subdivisions to replicate what, in many ways, you already have right here in downtown. Front porches, close to the sidewalk, not a big ass yard, okay, that you got to mow all the time, but a small thing so you can have a small garden.
Sailor.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, live stream people, okay. So alleyways, garages in the back so that your whole house is not dominated by your car. Stop worshiping cars. If I wanted to ride a bike down here, I bet I'd have a heck of a time finding a bike rack. But they're replicating what you, in many ways, already have, charm and a build-out that is people-friendly, not just worshiping cars like a lot of subdivisions do. But they also have sidewalks. People want to be able to walk, and it's not like Americans don't need the exercise, myself included, okay? But you've got to be able to get people, people have to take those 2 feet and be able to walk on something that's reasonably safe to get from one place to another. I travel a lot. The parking thing. Everybody whines about their parking. If I want to go to your cool thing, I'm going to find parking, okay? I'm going to park my car not in front of a hydrant or a garage. I do it right. But I'm going to park in a local neighborhood and I'm going to walk. I'm going to walk a couple of blocks, okay? Because I need the steps. My Fitbit tells me that every hour. So you've got a lot of the pieces in place and you have a lot of what Plum Creek is trying to build and recreate out there right here, but you are going to have some additional things like walkability that you're going to have to address, but they're recreating what you've already got. And then the second thing real quick, because I know a lot of you won't be able to come back this afternoon, is just speaking on my specialty of digital marketing. I've kind of surfed around here. Y'all could have a much more powerful online presence than you do already. And so my pieces of advice, the 2 things you could do right now. Number 1, if you have a brick and mortar business, claim it on Google My Business. You need to claim your Google My Business listing. You need to fill it out. You need to update it regularly. You need to upload photos. You need to respond to reviews. That's the number 1 thing you can do to be found on Google to be more successful. Because when I pull into town, I'm not going to your visitor center. I'm cranky. I'm going to pull in. I'm going to park somewhere. I'm going to pull out my phone and I'm going to type in coffee near me. And your coffee shop either shows up on my phone or it does not. And if it shows up, I may go. And if it doesn't show up, I don't know about you. So claim your business on Google My Business, the number one thing you can do to be found on Google. And the second thing is you do need to have a social media presence because your markets are there, because people are online, okay? I still subscribe to a newspaper, but it's only because my mom was a journalist and she beat that into my head. I'm the only fool going out to the end of my driveway now picking up a paper newspaper. People are online. You need to be online. So you need to claim your business on Google My Business, and you need to have some sort of social media presence, probably a really good Facebook page. And just a really good Facebook page means you update it regularly, you run some advertising, and by golly, I don't see your Christmas header photo in April. Okay? I see that all the time. If you just rock your Google My Business listing and have a great Facebook page, you are doing more than about 85% of the small businesses I see in small towns all the time, and then they wonder why the world's leaving them behind. Okay? Just do those two things. But then physical infrastructure, you already have what Plum Creek just rebuilt out there. Okay? So square some stuff away down here, and you're going to start drawing those people, because the people who are drawn to the appeal of Plum Creek are going to be drawn to your downtown. Thanks.
We got to let Kyle talk since he's our only city team member.
So just I had two quick questions for you. So is there anyone actively responsible for recruiting new businesses to come to downtown? Or is that...
Not specific to downtown, to the city.
Okay, so you're doing everything citywide. Okay.
Yeah. She's
All right.
doing the whole
city.
thing.
And so you do have some focus, or some... You do reach out to try and bring unique mom and pop businesses and things like that. Okay. Okay. So after you get those new businesses, is anyone actually overseeing small business training for those businesses that are coming to downtown? Are y'all?
No, not really.
Not really.
We are adding, hopefully, as the budget goes through as it stands today, we will be adding a staff member to the Economic Development Department. And we are planning to add programming that will include small business training and business training in general for all size businesses.
Okay, cool.
Through our Economic Development Department.
And then let's see. I think I presented to y'all a couple months ago, and at that time y'all didn't have like a downtown merchants association, correct? And has there been talk about that, or creating like a special committee in the chamber for that?
There's been some discussion, but nothing formal.
Okay.
Are there downtown business owners here that, and we got to wrap this up in 5 minutes, but are there business owners here that are willing to be leaders for downtown?
Yes.
But I mean, I think that you need a group of people that can help spearhead what's happening, because the chamber is responsible for all the businesses in the community, not just downtown, right? That's right. The city economic development is responsible for economic development for the community as a whole. And when we've seen downtowns be successful, it's because there's more of a grassroots, community-based, up from the ground push for downtown and talking about downtown. All of you need to be ambassadors for downtown everywhere you go. You go to a meeting at church, hey, did you hear what we're trying to do downtown? You go to Rotary, hey, did you hear what we're doing about downtown? I can do a talk about it next month. Is it going to your schools, to the private schools, to the public schools, and saying, hey, we want to partner and we want your kids to do stuff downtown. We want them to be a part of downtown. We're going to do a mural project, and we want everybody to contribute to that mural project. In Garland, they had very little public art. They have done 2 art projects in the last 2 months that have brought people out from the woodwork, all ages, all color. 90-year-old grandmas down to 4-year-old kids who want, and it was a mural, it was basically a paint by number mural. So an artist sketched it out and then assigned the different numbers, and then you grab your little cup of paint and you're doing all the ones, right, to do it. But everybody, I mean, this is during the summer, people. This is not, you know, in April when we're all happy to live in Texas. This is in June when we're starting to hate it. And these folks came out at 5 o'clock And my board member from Garland was hiding under a tree in the shade because he didn't want to be out in the heat, but he's texting me and he goes, do you see how many people are out here? These people are all over the place. Where did these people come from? And I'm like, y'all finally did something exciting enough that you got everybody's attention. But this is just one mural. And then they did a follow-up art project with reusing plastic bottles and painting them and making sculptures out of those. And they were like, what? People were really excited about this. And you have people now that are down there with their phones taking pictures. The other mural that was done by a professional has like a vortex in it, so people come up there with their kids, like their kids are getting sucked into the vortex, or, you know, but the thing about that mural, it's got like 5 different pieces, so you can take 5 different pictures and it looks like you're in 5 different places. But that excitement has made people realize that downtown, there's more going on down there than they really realize, and that they can put their stamp on it, and that their kids can go, remember when we painted this last summer? Like, let's go see our mural, Mom, because it belongs to them. And right now, I don't know if your community feels like they have that type of ownership over your downtown. And so your goal this next year, and even if this is the only goal, is to make people feel like this is your downtown for everybody.
My downtown.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, so I think we need to wrap it up because we need to go wander around and take pictures and talk about y'all. And about your buildings, more importantly, because we're all loving old buildings. So we want to go wander around and see things, and we're going to stop in and talk to some people. Then we're going to have a lunch, and we're going to kind of compare notes and come up with some of our initial recommendations. I'm sure we're also going to have some questions. So if anybody can come back at 2:30, that'd be great. If you can't, Scott has my contact information. Dex has my contact information. Call me. Actually, email me first, and if you want to set up a time to talk by phone, I'm fine to do that. It's just easier if we can set it up ahead of time. We still have the business survey open. If you didn't do the business survey, that was for downtown business owners. That is still available, and you can still provide your feedback. But we want, we're not the experts. None of us are experts on Kyle. We're experts about some stuff. We're fake experts on other things. But, y'all are the experts on your community and on your downtown. And your opinions and your feedback and your input in what happens next is what's going to happen. And if there is no feedback or input or action, then nothing's going to happen. So thank you all for coming out today. We hope we see you back later. I think we're probably going to see you at lunch. And then we're probably going to get some pie, and then we'll get somebody to roll us back down here for the 2:30. But we really appreciate your time, and we look forward to supporting you as you move forward with these downtown development revitalization. We're not just here like, we're here for a day and we're gone. We're always here. And we want to help you as you move through the different phases, because as you start, it's going to be different than how it is in 5 years. But we're here, and the city's here, and they want to be successful also. So y'all, this is a good start.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Like she said, we'll be back at 2:30. Good job.
Okay. town. I think the absolute number one priority for y'all is to identify a small area where you can focus your efforts in this next 1 to 2 years, probably. And that is not gonna mean extending all the way up Center Street at this point, because I think that if you're spread your projects and you're focused among too big of a space, then your efforts are gonna be diluted. I think it's gonna come that you're gonna be moving up Center Street. You have the population, but right now, the focus should be on this main core. Your median age is, are these numbers correct? Your median age here is 31.6?
Yeah, probably, our average age is 29.
We tell you 2 years.
And then your median income, 72,000?
No, that's low.
That's low, it's higher than that?
Yeah, our main, yeah, thank you.
I mean, I gotta tell you, we've done these assessments in a lot of communities, and I think this is the highest median income we've seen.
You know, one of the lowest ages.
And one of the lowest ages.
Got a bunch of wealthy millennials, congratulations.
But I do think that we think, just when we were walking around, we really want you to put some political pressure on TxDOT to help manage what's happening with Center Street. It is daunting to cross that street. You do not feel safe, and that is a deterrent to people being here. Because there's that light down there, and then you have to walk all the way up to get to a protected crossing. We were pleasantly surprised when one of the like 18-wheelers stopped to let us cross the pedestrian crossing. But there's other, we saw other times that traffic is really moving quickly.
We did get hit from the truck coming the other way, but one of our good stuff.
We didn't shove Catherine out there in front of us fast enough, so.
Shop local, is there a shop local program? There is? There used to be.
They kind of gave up on it.
And do y'all do anything for Shop Small Saturday?
No, the chamber does.
Okay. I think that it's important to build a campaign that can run year round. You have to remind people every day that shopping local matters. Waxahachie and Comanche both did really effective campaigns that featured a series of photographs, firefighters, police officers, city workers, explaining where your dollars go and how shopping local makes a difference to the city's budget and to the services that we all need to have a city. So I think that shop local is also something that, and that doesn't, expanding that program, that doesn't, we're trying to look at these low-cost things that you can do, and there is a multitude of information and graphics that you can download for free to encourage people to spend locally.
And this is the time of year to be contacting American Express and getting all the freebies for Shop Small for November. Right now, August is the time to be hustling to do that.
And then once you sign up for that, which doesn't cost anything, they'll send you doormats, stickers, bags. You'll be overwhelmed with the amount of stuff that you can pass out.
I had packages last year, and I ended up throwing away about 10 packages because nobody picked them up.
Seriously?
We did too. We still have boxes in our garage.
So what were y'all doing to get the word out that y'all had those boxes?
Social media, Facebook, Twitter,
Y'all did.
LinkedIn.
So y'all, sometimes you just have to walk them
We
out.
hand delivered almost all.
We don't have the resources to walk them. The Economic Development Department, we have really large projects that we are snowed with, so that's a part of our issue.
Is it ever possible that there would be a staff person dedicated to downtown?
No. How about small business? And could you combine?
I think by combining our efforts, because she ordered them without us knowing she was, and we ordered them without her knowing. And then we also had some small local businesses that also ordered through American Express. I know Hands on Healing had packets at their place. So maybe a consolidated, a consolidated effort, we might be able to accomplish a little bit more than we did.
So maybe getting a small group of people in the summer, like probably now, if you're going to try to coordinate efforts for this holiday season. You don't have a lot of retail down here. It is primarily professional, but you know, as Eric was pointing out, is that a lot of people are worried about the state of retail right now in America because Amazon is everybody's best friend, right? Or they think they are. Meanwhile, Alexa's listening to your every conversation. But experiential retail, where somebody can come in and have an experience, is doing very well. And if people can build a business that's going to provide an experience for somebody, then they're going to be able to be successful and could potentially become a destination business that's attracting people from other communities. But they need the right tools. It sounds like the chamber is doing some training, and I know, Diana, you said you were hiring somebody that's small business, so I think there's opportunities to provide support for those small business owners and retail owners. We had some questions. Does anybody know offhand what the number of city-owned properties between the railroad tracks and Burleson and maybe 1 or 2 blocks on either side? The fire department.
How about empty lots or buildings at the city?
Because we saw like a fire truck, a fire department trailer parked at a house adjacent. Is that the one?
Is that the gray one, Diane?
The gray one.
EDC owns?
That's the fire district. So that's separate from the city? So that doesn't, wait, your fire district isn't part of your city?
No.
Oh, okay.
What's the EDC own?
The city
City
owns
owner.
the Krug property, which is on Burleson. It's on
It
the
was
city
a
square
house.
where the Kyle Parks and Rec department is right now.
Oh, okay.
So I was telling you about it.
And then all right.
House across the street from the old city hall that we have recently purchased.
That's where Parks
That's
is?
what I'm talking about. Oh, okay, the Krug house. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
What
it's
about,
Parks and Rec district.
the historical?
The Young building
Young building on the corner.
that has the historic marker.
Little stone house.
Open a lot for kids.
But is that open?
Privately
It
owned.
is privately owned? Okay. And it's not being used for anything. It looked like it was being used for storage?
It's an office for that organization.
Okay. The senior center. So the old city hall, does the city still own that?
Yes.
And so everybody kept referring to it as the senior center. Is that the sole purpose?
Kyle every senior program are out there.
So somebody mentioned us that the barber shop wanted to do a back to school haircut, free haircut day, and they wanted to do it on the Sunday, so they were able to work something out with the senior center. But how far, they made it sound like the senior center programming went out, you know, had it reserved for a very long time. Is that correct?
Every time I've tried to rent it, it has been unavailable. That's as much as I can tell you.
So did,
It's been unavailable, is that what she said?
yeah, it's been unavailable. So who determines the programming of that property?
Cas,
The city does.
no, Cas, Kyle area seniors.
No.
City, okay.
Okay.
Yes, the Parks Department.
They're proficient in making reservations. I mean, it's just first come, first served, and
It's booked all the time.
Right.
So who's booking the senior citizens, or they're making constant calls into?
No, the Kyle area, right?
Senior zone.
Seniors, yeah. And do they pay for that? So it's free space?
What?
Pretty much.
In prime? Whoa.
So your prime downtown space, number one largest space, that you could have community events in, is full for free.
We do community events, some, but again, most of those are paid for by private sector. Our contribution back to the seniors in this community is to offer that space.
I know this is gonna get us killed up here for saying, wait a minute, what, you know, but seriously, you've got a really great resource right there that's not creating any income, nor, I mean, it is creating, no doubt, some traffic, but it's not creating a lot of community traffic when your community is 30 years old.
But there is a fee to use that if you're an outsider.
For
There is a
non-seniors, yes.
non-seniors.
Okay, so the seniors use it for free, but everybody else pays.
But the seniors use it all the time.
Also contributed several $100,000 to the restoration.
But was it just seniors that contributed to that?
Yes, they were an organization, and the organization raised several $100,000.
Okay. Are there design guidelines for downtown? There are?
There's an overlay, just like we have for, we have about 4 of them, conditional use overlay, so if you want to design something and build it downtown, it's effectively a conditional use approval, and there's a real high level requirements for architectural, it's just building standards and architectural standards.
They're not written down, there are no written design guidelines, they're just sort of vague.
What is the parking minimum for CBD 1? That's what covers this primary core area, right?
Two is determined case by case by the city council, because so much of the parking can be accepted on street. I want to see if that applies.
Is where we are here 2 or 1? Right here.
This is 2.
So the real hardcore is 2?
Right.
Okay. What about for remodel? Is there, you know, how much can I rip down off?
There's triggers.
Okay.
I mean, I can send you all this stuff later.
Yeah, yes, that would be great.
Yeah, no, we're not trying to play something.
We're just curious based on some of the conversations we had while we were walking around, and there's no height limit for downtown.
There should be a height limit, so in the RS zone, there is a height restriction of, I think, 70 feet.
But I'm talking about in CBD 2.
Wherever there's not RS, there's going to be, 40 to 45, yeah, somewhere in there.
And preschools.
Sign ordinance. What does it cost to get a sign permit?
I can go get you the fee schedule. I don't have a committed number.
Okay. Do you charge for sandwich signs?
Yes.
Sandwich board signs?
$100, that's what they charge me.
I think it's our minimum.
Why do you charge $100 for that?
Because the fee schedule reads it's $107.
Kyle, no charge for sandwich boards.
Right, yeah.
But you have to get a permit for them?
Not for sandwich signs.
Okay.
Well, they're technically not allowed. They're illegal per text office, this is their right of way.
Oh, okay.
We allow them.
Okay.
So that's a conflict.
Yeah.
The sidewalk gaps, are y'all waiting for private development to come in and fill gaps?
Down here?
Like just walking
Off
past
of the square.
Hayes Street Press, all of a sudden just stopped. So is it private development as it comes in, it fills in the gaps?
Okay.
So it's just a matter of timing of when that development happens.
Is anybody tracking current sales and lease prices for downtown?
Unofficially, yes.
Is anybody tracking vacancy rate? Is there any type of database for your downtown properties?
CBD
For
one is
all of our
5,000.
properties. We have a database for all of our available properties.
Okay, but it's not, downtown isn't broken out separately?
No.
Okay. I think that would be a way to help you market downtown properties if there was some way for people to access information.
It's on a map, so you can narrow it down.
Oh, you can, okay. Is that on the EDC kind of page? Okay.
Are prices generally on there?
Let's make
I
a
know.
note to send that to them as well.
I know it's hard to get sometimes.
It's whatever information the brokers will give us.
Okay,
Sure,
yeah.
sure, yeah.
And do y'all call on that, or Diana, do y'all call on that, or is it,
No, we don't have any downtown listings right now.
okay, even though we have downtown empties that are available, we don't have necessarily, those aren't.
Are the ones that are
Place
vacant
items.
now owned by local residents or people out of town? Both? Okay. Marketing. Who's in charge of marketing for the city? No, just for the city as a whole, because we are looking for Pie Capital of Texas.
The Pie Capital of Texas initiative is taken care of by the city.
Okay.
We have a public information office.
That handles that. Because we noticed there was one hashtag for that. And again, I mean, if you're going to go all in on the pie thing, then social media needs to be focusing on pie. Like, there needs to be pie everywhere, in our opinion. We even talked, like, is it possible, given your young median age and the considerable number of families, would there be any consideration for building any kind of a playground on the square that would be attractive to kids?
It's a historic square, so it would have to go through Texas Historic Commission.
No.
Yes.
Would it?
It's on the register.
It's a state archaeological landmark.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
That's unfortunate. All right, so we can knock that idea off.
Is there another piece of city-owned land that we could put a playground on?
That would be close to downtown.
Close in the downtown area?
You could buy our lot.
We've got all this property along the railroad.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, that includes there's additional property associated with that lease? Would they allow you to do that?
Not by the, well, I mean, it would have to be fenced very, very securely.
Yeah.
Right, and farther away, because there are rocks that go flying and stuff that goes flying sometimes off the train, for
I just
sure.
got a quick question. The Parks and Rec folks, are they here still? I was just curious, is there a park, designated park, right here within the downtown?
No, Greg Clark Park is down ways.
I'm downtown, that's more of a passive residential area, but it's on Center Street.
Okay.
I'm on the Parks Board, there is nothing. This area here was originally settled, whenever the city of Kyle came here. They moved Mount City to here. They broke the lots up, sold them, and since then, it's just always been home sites in the area.
The library might be the closest thing that would be a park in the downtown.
Mhm.
Right on the edge. There's a little butterfly garden in the back, but.
Oh, cool.
Putting a little playground structure here makes sense for our demographic, but does not make sense for the traffic. And, yeah, it's just, people don't feel safe.
What would it look like to put something right next to the building that is now the Parks and Rec's office, maybe in between that and the really old firehouse building? Because I know, like, you can't necessarily move historical markers, but there is a lot technically owned by the city at that spot, correct?
Not between them, that one lot, the Kruger house, is the only lot.
So okay, so then it's not deep, it's just wide, that lot?
Correct. Right.
Okay.
There's a little alley back there that's kind of a defunct alley that, could be programmed, I guess.
What kind of programming is in place for the square itself? So market days are there, 9 to 1, and that's summer only, right? May to September is what we heard? April to September. And then what other type of events and programming takes place on the square?
Yeah, so movies in the park, Halloween, and then Christmas.
Okay.
And the parade
Movies in the park is only a certain season.
Right, right.
Communication with that isn't great. I mean, my business is right across the street from that, and even with the movies on the square, like, I had no idea until the day before that was going on. I would have loved to have been able, I'm very active on social media and would have loved to promote that and get involved in it with my business as well.
Have like box dinners available, yeah.
That's just, I think there's part of the breakdown. Same with, like the Christmas lights, we do like a downtown Christmas light, competition. And the last time I found out about that, it was 3 weeks before Christmas. And I mean, that's a busy time for us with catering and everything. And to expect us to do that in a 3-week time.
Right.
I just think there could be some better communication with the businesses that are down there. I mean, I know Julie and Spencer, we would all love to get involved. Ola, the ice cream place on the corner, we talk about it all the time. The same issue. There's no communication about what's going on with that downtown area. We're we feel like we're a big part of that, and we would promote that.
When is the Pie in the Sky event?
It's next weekend.
It's next weekend.
I'm not seeing anything around town about it. I mean, if I didn't know there was a balloon thing going on, just walking around here, like, I saw a flyer about a thing happening in Lockhart.
I post on social media about it, but that's, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, and I'm a social media person, I get it, but you need to
Right.
have signage stuff too
Yeah.
for the people that just don't live in that space.
I don't see any of that.
So, I mean, do y'all have a Facebook page?
I do,
Just
yeah.
as simple, does Kyle have a Facebook page? The city of Kyle does.
Yes.
But the city's probably primarily using it more for information services, right? Because that's what city pages, you know, if there's an emergency or things like that, yes.
So we are promoting the Pie in the Sky heavily on Facebook and boosting those posts to areas far and wide. So.
Okay.
The city has a special events coordinator.
Okay.
But are you mentioning that we should have banners maybe across our center street?
I don't know if TxDOT would allow you, I don't think they'd allow you to do a banner.
Maybe banners along the sidewalk, something advertised along the sidewalk, something of that.
I mean, even just. Yeah, you have the poles, you have the flag poles that go down, not the flag poles, but
The banners
the
that are on the
banners.
light, on the street lamps.
Yeah, that's a great
I think
place.
we've sunk into that era of relying on social media for all of our marketing, and we may need to step outside of that zone and consider individuals that may not be on social media as much to be able to market what we're doing, especially to businesses and those people that we want to come out and see what we're doing.
Well, and just because of the algorithms on social media too, it sounds like they're boosting, and that's good. Creating a very distinct target audiences is really important. I found in marketing, just our organization. Is there, if somebody wanted to visit Kyle from out of town, how would they learn about what there was to do? Is there one place where somebody can find out about the Catherine Ann Porter House, the depot?
Kyle Chamber has all of that on our site. We're also the visitor center, so we've got things to do, and we try and highlight those attractions as much as we can.
And where's the chamber? Where are you located?
Right on Center Street.
Okay. How many visitors, like walk-ins, do you think you get in a year?
In a year, I would estimate about 650.
Okay. So 2 a day that would be the average, all right. We think if you had an itinerary that provided people, so somebody could come from a surrounding community, or if, let's say they wanted to scope out the community as for potential relocation, an itinerary that walks them through your highlights, basically, to kind of give you an overview of the community and the history. And that's an easy thing that could be, since you're the visitor center also, does that mean that you're getting hot funds from the city?
As of September, we will not be, so we're still working out those things. But we will always be the chamber and always be that first
Right.
contact, and we'll do our best to provide that information.
Okay. Can I ask what the hot funds are going to be going to?
Yeah, there's economic development projects. We're working on using those funds to provide some.
Okay.
And they also go to Pie in the Sky.
Okay.
I mean, if I just do a quick Google search, things to do in Kyle, Texas, I mean, you're gonna have your TripAdvisor stuff at the top, that's fine. But I'm not seeing the chamber website on here, so take a hard look at your search engine optimization to make sure you're getting found, because I'm not seeing, there's some Groupon stuff, there's Austin Culture Map, there's something called HayesHappenings.com that has top 10 things to do in Kyle. But, you know, you need to be, especially the chamber site, and supposedly one of the resources for things to do, you know, you just need to be toward the top of the search results, and as they say, if you want to hide a dead body, you put it on page 2 of Google. So, I mean, I'm looking here, there's things to do, there's some kind of Facebook thing, there's Hotel Community Impact has an article from 2018,
I'm not finding the chamber website, so it's dying somewhere out there. Finally down here, I find City of Kyle Recreation, local events and activities, and then just below that, now I'm finding an events calendar for the chamber. And the good thing is they appear to be mobile friendly, which yay, because a lot of towns I go and I got to pinch Zoom and all that other kind of stuff. I'm patient, I'll do it, your average person will not, so.
Google will vary a website that's not Google friendly as of about 2 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
I appreciate you looking. We just updated our website and launched it last week, so
Okay.
we need to look at those algorithms and see what we need to do to bump us back up onto that first page.
Google AdWords is amazing. It may take a while, it may take a hit initially when you relaunch, but I'm looking at the chamber site and it appears to be mobile friendly as well. So, you know, I've gotten a lot lazier about travel planning myself because, I mean, I used to be a big guidebook person and paper maps and all that other kind of stuff. Now I just pull in things to do near me, enter, go, and that's it. So not everybody travels that way, everybody's different, I get it. But we now have all the information in the world, plus all of our friends and family in our personal pocket. And so you gotta play to that. So yeah, take a look at that. It may have just been a temporary hit because of the relaunch. That can happen too.
So while we were at lunch, Kyle struck up a conversation when it was in line behind us. And he asked them, why don't you tell them?
It was a couple behind me, so I asked them, you know, where they were from. I was hoping they were from here, but they weren't. They're from Harlingen. They're on their way back home from dropping off their daughter at college up in Austin. And so I asked them, you know, well, what made you decide to get off? And they said, oh, well, we were getting hungry and we want barbecue, and so we just got on Yelp. And they're like, what city are we in? And I was like, and Kyle. And they're, oh, we thought we were in Buda. So that might be a little gateway signage, might just help so people know where they are.
I mean, you want to make sure people, it's hard, this, you know, I-35, you're going so fast out there, right? You blink, and where there is a lot of density in communities, I mean, you know, Round Rock, Hutto, Georgetown, all kind of mashed together, it just happens. But that's why making sure that people can identify where they are is so important. So if it's signage on the highway signs that says downtown Kyle this way, and if you can add the 150 Center Street, if you can get that slash and get the Center Street on there too, because right now it's just 150, so people might not be identifying that with downtown. Yes?
But one of the nice things is, you know, our first two exits coming from Austin are called Kyle Crossing and Kyle Parkway. So we do have.
But that's not Kyle Center Street.
That is true, you're right.
And Kyle downtown.
It also doesn't say City of Kyle. People could think that it's Kyle Parkway, that's just the name of the road.
Okay, so it doesn't because TxDOT didn't allow it when we built the bridges, but we actually changed the name of the road so that it would actually have Kyle in the name.
Oh, gotcha.
Put it on the bridge, so that it was the intent.
Okay.
Did you all talk about the water tower? Because when I first got my job, it was like, oh, that's my exit, because there's the water tower.
Right.
I mean, for 35, that's a big.
But people are driving and looking at directions on their phones that are mounted right here, and depending on their car, might not be able to get that vantage point.
Yeah, for me it was to go back to somewhere I'd been. It wouldn't have, but that must be downtown.
But I mean, I love the water tower. It's iconic. I love water towers, so I think it's great. But I'm just saying that people might not necessarily see that. People travel like this sometimes. It's easy to miss things, especially when you're going 75. And if you're hungry and you're really not paying attention, and then you just.
Well, that's also too because they know that San Marcos is really close, and they know Austin. You know, they may just be zooming in between because you've got, especially for places to stop and eat. They're coming from San Antonio. Are they going to stop in Kyle to eat, or are they going to stop in San Marcos to eat?
So I mean,
in San Marcos, they're passing.
And you have a lot of restaurant options but I'm guessing that they're primarily, you have a majority are chain as opposed to locally owned. Would that be correct for me to think? Okay. And then as far as what you have downtown, there's the pie shop, there's Milt's, and then there's a pizza place too that's down here? And then what else is and the buffet, that's right, and the buffet. So is that?
The ice cream.
And the ice cream, but that's not like a lunch place. Like you can't get lunch on the road there.
Oh, yeah, y'all, is there lunch, like a sandwich shop here anywhere?
My company's the same either.
We think,
Pisces has breakfast combos across the railroad.
So you got Pisces down here across the railroad, and then you have Vaqueros at the end of Center Street, where it turns.
and they do breakfast tacos or breakfast.
So there's a lot of, y'all have a lot of city folks that, city workers and stuff in these offices. Where do they eat lunch? Or where do they eat breakfast?
It's either
I went to Casa Maria's Monday and Pie Company, I mean, all these.
Okay, so pie company's open, they do other food other than just pies?
They do sandwiches and salads.
Okay.
Have a lunch.
They have a lunch.
Mills,
Cool.
Milts, yes.
Who was
But
really
they're
crowded?
closed early.
Maybe it's always like that on Friday, but you were crowded today.
Lunchtime,
You were full up.
Yeah, nice lunch, yeah.
How's your dinners?
pretty slow,
Slow?
if we have food left.
Right, I mean, that's another thing about, but right, when you sell out, you're done. Is there interest in developing a community vision for downtown? Where stakeholders and residents can come together? I mean, this is part of it, what we're talking about right now, but we're gonna be scratching the surface with our report, whereas a long-term visioning process for downtown, what it looks like in 5 years, what it looks like in 10 years, what it looks like in 20 years. When was that downtown master plan completed that's on the website? 2010, so it's been almost 10 years.
But it was updated in 2017.
So that downtown revitalization plan that we sent you all.
Yeah.
Is a part of our latest comprehensive plan, which was last done in 2010.
Uh-huh.
That was when that one was put together.
Okay.
Now, there would have been another one that was done in 2000, but they're done every 10 years.
Okay.
So that's its.
So that'll be, you're due for a new one.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're about to start the process of going through consultants and all that to get ready for our comprehensive plan next year.
Okay. In the survey responses, which we'll be sharing with the city, people talked a lot about what they were doing for marketing. Facebook was the top one by all stretch, but 50% of business respondents said they used print media, which I thought was interesting too. We asked about how you're engaged with downtown, but people don't really feel like there's any efforts to be a part of, and they would like to be. It sounds like the folks that responded would really like to see things moving forward. We asked about how do you partner with other business owners, refer customers to other business owners, giveaways, networking, chamber, good relationships and supportive, but not really any concrete examples of how businesses are working together. And we asked, what do you like about other downtowns? My favorite was, don't really compare. Because somebody loves downtown Kyle so much that they're really not interested in any other downtown, and I can respect that. People feel like there's foot traffic. In successful downtowns, there's a variety of options for entertainment, walkability, making it easy to find out information online, family-friendly, safe, sense of community. How many bars are located downtown, speaking of family-friendly? Because I think we counted 4 or 5? Okay, so that's definitely probably contributing to some people's feelings that it's not a very family-friendly location, especially since it's not like there's family-friendly activities that are happening downtown during the day for the most part. Would that be safe to say? Is that a correct thing for me to say? Okay.
Yeah, I would say of the of all of the special events, really, they're all put on by Parks and Rec Department. So that could be some of the disconnect too, that
So there's family-friendly activities, but they're taking place out in the parks that are outside of downtown.
Well, no, even,
Yes.
like, even market days, the trick or treat, the Christmas deal, all of that's put on by the Parks and Rec Department. It's not actually by the city office here, it's by Parks and Rec.
Okay.
Which, I'm imagining it runs in collaboration, but independently.
And as far as retail, like where if I went to buy clothing or a trinket, other than the Christian store, there's really nothing, right?
There was two, but they, I think, are both of them closed?
Yeah.
Next to Aloha? There were two, but they recently closed.
You got a few soaps and spices at Wright's Emporium and.
Yes. That was the strip that there were two, and they just recently closed down within the last 2 months, maybe.
Yeah, it's tough to make rents selling soaps and spices or trinkets or whatever, yeah.
Are y'all looking at ways to encourage more retail on first floors and get some of maybe the office space off of first floors?
Overlay, is that what you're talking about?
Overlay is possible, one way to do it. I know we've seen one of the properties we talked with, they talked about buying additional properties and turning, building more office space, which office is needed, but it's not gonna be the draw that's gonna bring people downtown. So just, what can y'all do to help promote, that y'all want retail on those first floors? Something to.
So on that, we bought the Krug house. We own the dispatch center on the corner. We have requested proposal prepared to sell those to the private sector in exchange for that type of development, 2-story, multi-use.
Okay.
Another, I think we mentioned it, but I think more for an economic development standpoint, because you're young, you've got a lot of millennials, and they're probably a lot of those are in tech or related types of businesses. A co-work space focused on tech hardly has to be anything greater than a coffee shop. Think about at Starbucks how many people are sitting there with laptops. I mean, it wouldn't take much to take one of these old buildings down here and make co-working out of it. Small business, entrepreneurial kind of thing. I'm not saying full-blown WeWork. I'm just saying some space that's got Wi-Fi printers and a couple of conference rooms. Sure would bring a lot of folks. I mean, if I'm living out here and I don't want to go all the way into downtown, and I don't if I live out here, right? I don't want to drive all the way in. Gee, if I could do that here. I think the proof is you've got 6, 7, 8, what do you got, 10 units, second floor units that are full with waiting lists. Somebody's wanting to stay down here. Somebody would like to live, work spaces down here as well. There's a real opportunity for live, work, co-work, that kind of thing, I think, down here.
I think you're right. And I'm on as far as the incubator, I think I shared with Dex and Scott about what Tyler did was it was a public-private partnership to develop their innovation pipeline, which includes a 3D printer, other equipment. Residents can join and pay I think you can pay a daily rate, you can pay a monthly rate, and you can go in and have somebody teach you how to use this equipment, and then you can use it. And that's, they're bringing kids in to learn about the different machines and what's possible, because our kids are the ones that are they're gonna replace you, they're gonna be the next barbecue owner. They're gonna be managing at one day the museum. They're gonna be running the city, but they're also gonna be starting businesses, hopefully, and generating new ideas, and you want to encourage that by exposing them to as much as possible, but you have to have it here so that you can do that. I'm happy to share information with the Tyler folks, because I think it is something to even just have a conversation about. They got started. And that was part of their comprehensive plan that I think they adopted. It was the city's comprehensive plan back in 2007. It was Tyler 2020. In that, they did land banking so that they can control development and what would be coming. They had a specific, I think their downtown master plan is one of the best I've seen. And I encourage you to look at it as a way for how they were able to lay things out and create good connections with artists, with the private sector, and how they could continue to develop. Tyler's downtown is actually very professional and has no retail. They have primarily restaurants and bars that are driving people downtown, and there has been the co-working space, but it doesn't have a lot of retail, but I would still consider it a successful downtown. They have embraced the arts. Their downtown Main Street program shares office space with a gallery, which is managed by local artists. They have great events centered around art, and they have a children's discovery science center that's right downtown too. So there's kind of some different things going on, but hardly any retail at all. So if the retail doesn't work just because you already have a lot of retail in your community, then I don't think you have to give that up, but you do want to make sure that what your downtown is offering is exciting and is attracting your residents. And I think it's important, considering a potential economic downturn, that you can't rely on the visitors, because when the money goes, they're the first to, and I'm the same way. When the money's, travel, what is that? I'm not going anywhere. I'm lucky if I'm gonna, head over to a swimming hole for the day.
Two other things on Tyler, and I came out of economic development in Tyler. Tyler has over 400 people living in downtown. You would never know that being there. They had a waiting list as much as 400. They finally quit even bothering with a waiting list. And again, there's no retail down there. So people want to live in lofts, and certainly around Austin, people want to live in lofts. And the second thing is they did some co-working space. That's been real successful. They did that off of downtown. Somebody took an old building. The city, I think, put a little money behind it. That worked. Old buildings have a cool factor when you're talking about co-working spaces, and it makes a real difference, and I think it's been really successful there.
So I kind of think that the challenge here is to decide what you want to do with your downtown. Traditionally speaking, downtowns were the center of commerce. There was the grocery store, the barber shop, all of that. There was maybe a place to eat. It's not like that anymore. We've got these big box stores. People are going to Walmart, but we're also left with kind of the center and the heart of the town that we still identify with. So the idea is maybe we're not trying. Maybe you're not trying to make, recreate the downtown that used to be. But it's also maybe think a little outside of the box. You've got these awesome buildings here. What else could we do here that's creative and different? Maybe it is office space. Maybe it is live work. It doesn't have to follow the molds that we've followed our whole lives. So just encouraging you to kind of think a little outside the box and think about what other things that we could do with this area.
Catherine, I asked you this because I don't know how to do this, but I get frustrated in downtowns when everything's privately owned and you've got owners that don't want to fix up. And they're just sitting, and they don't want to sell, they don't want to fix. What is it that cities can do and communities can do to stop that?
So there's the carrot approach and there's the stick approach. And I'm all for using the carrot as long as it is appropriate. But I think and I know there's people that disagree and feel like the stick never works. Frankly, sometimes it's necessary. Sulphur Springs, which I mentioned earlier, and I don't mean to talk about them, but their code enforcement program is probably one of the strongest in the state. You don't just get one notification a week or a month. You get one every single day. There's one in your mailbox. You need to take care of this. Oh, okay, just throw it in the trash. Nope, it's gonna be another one tomorrow. And the next day, and every day is a new violation. And there are properties that have $50,000 worth of liens and they're only worth 20. And when you go to renew your driver's license, you can't, because you haven't taken care of your business. And so I'm all for property rights. I'm in Texas. I'm not stupid. But at the same time, no one person's property rights are more important than anyone else's. And when you have a dilapidated building or an empty building that's fallen apart, or I've seen fallen in roofs, rat infestations, where a city does nothing, and your residents are paying attention. And the message that's being sent is, we don't care. We don't care. And that's not the message you want to send to potential business owners, to residents, to your visitors, to potential investors. There has to be a system in place for cities to manage that and to hold people accountable. And of course, it should start with a conversation because, again, it goes back to relationships and helping a property owner understand that there is a vision for downtown and that you want them to be part of the team that brings downtown forward. At the same time, how long does somebody get to treat their building like that and subsequently the adjacent buildings? We were in one town where there was a roof falling in. The lawyer was at the meeting who owned it, and he, puffed up and was telling me that he had property rights. And I said, so does the person next to you that has the shared wall. When I'm in her building, I can see the sky. Why are you special? And again, that sends the message, we don't care. Obviously, that's not the message that y'all would want to send because you do care. You're here. You're taking care of things. You're growing at a huge exponential rate. And if you look, I don't know how many of you have looked at Kyle on Google Earth or even just Google satellites, but I think it's interesting. When you go out, when you start zooming in, you can immediately tell where downtown is because it's the traditional grid. And the other subdivisions are all what I did in planning school with the nodes and the cul-de-sacs and everything else and the shapes. But I can always look at a map and I can always find downtown because it's traditional grid. It's typically in the center of the larger community or close to the highways, always to the state highways. But I think that, ultimately you have to take that look and see, why is this little piece important? And it's important because this is the historical core of your community. And if you allow another secondary commercial district to take that, then people are just going to keep using this as a way to get somewhere else. And they're going to have no reason to stop. All right, back to these for a second. Somebody did talk about restrictions on signage. A larger facility. Somebody said you shut parking down for 3 days in advance of market days. That seems, I think somebody's exaggerating. Is that true?
It's usually the day before. The day before.
Okay. I want y'all to fact check me here too from the comments because I don't know what's. People are talking about, okay, so more volunteers. And I think it's going to be important for people, you want to start figuring out how you can connect with these subdivisions. They all have listservs and everything. How can you connect with them to start saying, we have this opportunity for you to contribute to the community and to be a part of the community? Is there any way to communicate with those homeowners associations that y'all are aware of? Do y'all do that now?
There's an app called Next Door Neighbor, and the neighborhood you're in, you can actually post stuff like that.
Right.
So that would be one way of getting to, say, the neighbors.
And I know that the city of Austin will send stuff to my neighborhood, yes.
So we are very active on the Nextdoor app.
Oh, cool.
And we also, our communications manager has a Fifth Tuesday task force that invites representatives from all the HOAs to come and talk about particular things that they're either interested in or having problems with the city. We have a special speaker if particular issues been made to our attention, and we always have speakers ready to go to HOAs if they have a request.
Would it be possible to stretch that and include, say, the depot, so maybe a board member could, or maybe the board members could kind of, spread out and everybody hit a different HOA meeting or something to kind of share information about opportunities?
We are actively helping the depot promote themselves. One of the things that we've started doing this year is our public library is doing programs out of the depot to draw.
Oh, cool.
And those programs have been very successful and very highly received.
How often does that happen?
As often as we can make it happen.
So once a month or once a quarter? That's good,
The
yeah.
last one we had was a murder mystery here towards adults.
Cool.
Sold out in
Oh, yeah, that sounds fun.
So we very actively program.
We wanna come.
Is there extra community type space in the depot?
The space is pretty limited.
It's limited, okay.
So we
Okay.
have to make the most out of it. Well, the other thing we did recently this year was, in response to the High Capital Texas thing, we had a Pi Day Fest out there. So utilizing both the inside and the outside.
Does your library have, business, any kind of space for, you know, if I were to come
Oh,
through
okay.
or whatever?
Okay. One of the challenges that we have here was brought out earlier is the availability of meeting space, particularly indoor air conditioned meeting space. The library has 2 community rooms about the size of this one that are always constantly booked. These rooms are, finding a place to have a meeting is hard to do. Even our hotels don't have a lot of very big conference space. And as we go out and recruit and try to incentivize those types of things to come into Kyle, one of the things we ask for is meeting space.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because right now they're meeting at Starbucks, you know, honestly, or.
They should be over meeting at your city hall and then walking across the street and having pie or barbecue or whatever. It should be over there.
Great story in McKinney, several years ago. Y'all remember the app Words with Friends? It was Scrabble, you know, that everybody played. That was 2 cousins that sat in the library at McKinney for 6 months and developed the app, just sitting in some space in the library, and came out of that and ended up with over 100 employees and sold into Zynga at $1 gazillion and became multimillionaires. Started in the city library.
Sure, when we built our new library, we invested heavily in having technology in there to give people access to computers. As the library's grown and people have changed, we're noticing people are bringing more of their own computers. So we've enhanced our Wi-Fi system there. As we replace the computers that are there, we're looking at, do we really need that many actual computers, or we just need more spaces for people to work?
Right.
And we also have a very nice, I don't know if you made it to our library, but we have a very nice lobby foyer area in there where there's always people working on their computers, and we even have a coffee bar.
Good, perfect.
So.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Coffee, books, and hanging out.
I mean, really, there's your tech space right there too, right? It's like y'all could just build onto that in the future, you know, as far as 3D printing or things like that. You would. Cool. Oh, that's cool. I love it when libraries get used for multiple things. Little Tiny Equipment up in Wood County is using theirs. They're doing incubator, and they're also doing art classes for kids out of their library. I think that's the most, I mean, I think I gave the highlights of the business survey results, and we'll include those in our final report too, so that the city has them. And if more people fill it out after, today, then we'll share those also. Is there any kind of closing information or questions that y'all, Kyle?
I have one more question. So if I was a Rotary and I went to rent out downtown to host a fundraiser event, is that possible? Because right now y'all say Parks is the only one hosting events. So there's a process in place for outside organizations to do that.
They just go through the park system to do. And that would include, like, if they wanted to, like, close the streets on the other side of the square to do that. Have y'all done that? I'm sure you have, right? What else? Faith? Anything? Sheila? Eric?
I walked up just to see what it would feel like in August, because I'm a glutton for punishment, but I decided.
She's the only one.
Yeah. They went to get pie, and I said, okay, I'm gonna walk 15 minutes up Center Street, and just to see if it would appeal to me as a visitor. And I can tell you the only reason I walked 15 minutes that way is because I promised I would. As a visitor, I would look up that, and I would not see anything to draw me that way. But I walked anyway. I bumbled around over the Baptist Church parking lot, sidewalk that came and went and stopped and started. And I climbed up and down stuff and found the Catherine Ann Porter house. I know who she is. I've read Ship of Fools. Nobody knows who the hell that woman is. Okay, y'all are gonna have to explain to people why she's important beyond just pointing the historical marker in front of her house. People maybe don't know who she is. I think it's great. If I didn't know that there was an author living behind there doing something interesting, I would just wonder what that dark building was behind the original childhood house. So I made, mention, I looked at that, and then I kept walking. I bounced around amongst where the sidewalk ran out. I climbed over things. I walked all the way up to Vaqueros.
And that was it. So, okay. And then there were some things across the street that I thought I might look at, but I decided that I wasn't gonna take my life in my own hands and go skittering across the street because there's no way I could see to do it, even though I can move pretty fast when I want to. So, you know, you're not gonna get anybody interested in going that way very far right now. Right now, okay? So from my perspective, as someone who travels a lot, stay super focused. Don't let everybody get distracted with all their long stories about what happened a million years ago, whatever. No, we've got to stay focused. Here, this is where, even if the downtown maybe used to go that way, we're not there now. Keep it focused. Keep your focus focused on the small area here, because there's plenty of work to do right here. And in addition to, and the thing about marketing is, you know, again, I'm a digital marketing person, but that stuff is not the be-all and end-all. It needs to be integrated. There is still space for some print media stuff for your people who still do print. There is space for signage. So the answer to everything is not social media, although it is very powerful. You're still going to need, you know, I want to be able to walk down a street and see some signage about cool things that are coming up. And the fact that I know nothing about this balloon thingy coming up is, you know, I should know about that because we're right on top of it right now. So you need to be thinking about that kind of integrated marketing too. Don't just be a squirrel and chase whatever the latest social media thing is. You know, have a whole integrated package of the story that you're trying to sell. And I saw a lot of things that I liked a whole lot, but probably my biggest frustration of an underutilized asset, as I said, is going to be that little square over there. I mean, I just spent time in German Village in Columbus, Ohio, and a lovely park, and as you know, obviously Ohio is slightly different weather, but like dead-ass grass over there, nobody's watering anything, and you've got that building sitting there that's in prime real estate that ought to just be a beehive of activity, and nope. And you've got, you know, a decent amount of parking all the way around it. The side, we tried to walk around the square. That was super fun with sidewalk bingo. Woo! You know, it ends here, but we can pick it up over here if we cross the street. Yeah, thanks. So do something with that park because it's wonderful, and that can help with a magnet feeling of getting people to come into downtown, even if it's just kind of letting your kids, and I remember my two kids, please let me take them someplace safe where I can just say, go and run and exhaust your little selves so you'll sleep and be quiet. Do something with that little square, because by trying to get around the square, that's how we easily found the Pop Place, Wright's Emporium, you know, some of the stuff that's over in that direction. So that's a great asset there. Yes, sir.
Do y'all have any recommendations on possible aesthetics?
That's where I was going.
Color.
Color. That's where I was
just gotta
going.
share this with y'all. Buda has beautiful flower plants in their downtown. And I'll give y'all 3 guesses where they bought those plots from. They bought them from Kyle.
Right.
And while you were speaking a minute ago, I was actually having lunch with Robert, and I mentioned to him, you know, if we think about the expense of doing this, would it be feasible to reach out to the citizens of Kyle and say, we're sponsoring, like you said, push the pie idea. Well, what about a blueberry style pot? What about a peach style pot, an apple style pot that you have plants in? But that you find people willing to actually purchase and donate that into downtown with maybe a plaque on there saying, this was donated by so-and-so.
So there are other cities that have done that. I'll tell you the biggest issue with doing planters is maintenance. Because there is nothing that makes flowers look more awful than the Texas heat.
And I can see your parks guy over there cringing.
Because I mean, and I've been in a downtown and took pictures when we did an assessment of the planters with literally the dead plants that the city had spent taxpayer money on to put those in. And then they were not maintained, and they were dead, and they were still sitting there, which looks even worse.
People throw their empty beer bottles.
Cigarette butts, trash. It just, then I was in Nacogdoches for a meeting, and their parks department, it was their parks department that did it, but they're literally overflowing with flowers and color and textures and native plants, which are gonna last longer in the heat, and which just really changed the texture of downtown, right? Because it's all historic buildings, and then here's this really vibrant color with lots of different textures in it, but it was being maintained. It was like the polar opposite of the other downtown that had the dead. It's like, oh, well, this downtown is dead, just like the flowers. I mean, sad but true.
But just a couple of businesses could maintain some flowers, and it'd be great. Like down in front of the pie company. I mean, there's some or the barbecue place, or, you know, there's got those little bump out things.
But you gotta have the commitment or else it just
To do it,
looks
or it's gonna
awful.
go bad. Start small, stay focused.
All you do is you stick a sign in the planter saying, this planter is being maintained by this business, and when it starts to look bad.
Yeah, if I look thirsty, call this number.
Goes a long way, the public humiliation can push people.
Well, I mean, so what are the colors for Kyle? Do y'all kind of associate with a color scheme?
In the red brick is important. You might or may not have seen our new signs that.
The banners with the, with the
Yeah,
water
little
tower.
banners. Okay.
The-
Red.
oh.
I'm talking about the red brick, it's the same red brick that's on our bridges, and then, y'all would have come in from this way, so there's a sign that says Kyle.
Okay.
It's got the red brick behind it, it's kinda like a, I guess maybe cruise.
So kind of like a brick red, kind of like a deep red.
It's not quite finished, but I'd say if we were to associate any colors with Kyle, maybe
So you've got red, kind of a deep red, you're associating with blue bonnets, that's the colors blue and white, you've got red, white, and blue.
That's what's in our seal.
Um, Any other colors, like I see the color of the depot over there is kind of a golden yellow. Where I'm coming at with this is that if you could get kind of a unified color scheme that you guys could work with, then you could have fun things like you've already started with the really cute lamp posts that are really pretty. Well, what if you had a street sign that might be painted in those colors? And that's the way signs that we keep talking about, right? So-and-so business this way, so-and-so business that way. But you have a color scheme. Maybe, I know TxDOT won't let you put a banner across the road. That's kind of too bad. I wish you could do some kind of signage across. But just identifying with colors. Walking back through, when we were coming back from that end down there, we were coming back. I know that there's businesses over there. There's nothing colorful over there to make me even want to go investigate what's going on. So if there's something colorful going on, the eye is going to go, oh, what's over there? Just some thoughts.
Does anybody else have any other questions for us before we kind of wrap it up? We're running a little late here too.
One thing I think that needs to be considered, in my opinion, from like a business side, we used to be right here on the main drag, and our landlord came to us one day and said, hey, we're moving you out, we're moving in a bar. Right? Heartbreak. And you got 3 months, 4 months to figure out where are you gonna go, what are you gonna do?
Right.
So, okay, well, what's the logical step you would take? Probably go, well, what's up around HEB and what's the rent like up there? And man, it's pretty crazy, you know, like a similar size space, the rent would be almost triple of what it would be, or what we had been paying.
Mm-hmm.
So we were able to make it work, we were able to purchase a property and, you know, hang in there, and it's been going great. 4 years later, going strong. And we're hoping to build and develop on that land. But if I was a brand new business today, how am I gonna, or let's say I have a home-based business, how am I gonna get into a storefront? If you say, okay, well, it's gonna be $5,000 a month, you're responsible for the triple nets, and we need you to sign a 5-year lease.
And personally guarantee it.
Yeah, and personally guarantee it, right? Are you gonna wanna make that leap? I would say probably I would be uncomfortable with it.
So one idea, if you wanted to incubate some retail, an idea that was done in Quitman, 1,800 people, considerably smaller than y'all. They had a developer who'd redone a building, had hoped to recruit a restaurant. The deal fell through, and so he was looking for other options for what he could do. And the Quitman Development Corporation staff suggested creating a small business incubator. So they divided up the space, which was probably 5,000 square feet, into 10 booths. And it ended up being kind of a public-private partnership. So the Quitman Development Corporation was in charge of curating the businesses that would go in there. And she, went around East Texas, went to Canton, to trade days, and recruited some folks that wanted to go into brick and mortar, but were maybe not ready for a whole individual space, right?
Well, I think individual space could be fine, but where's the kind of middle ground between, okay, I operate out of my home, or I'm paying, $4,000 or $5,000 a month?
Well, that's that's what I'm saying with this. Each of them is paying a significantly smaller portion, and the QDC is kicking in on it too.
And I feel like the Howery building is a good example of that as well, where the rent, it's just a smaller space, where, okay, you can probably see yourself being able to get in there.
Right.
I feel like that's a big kind of knock on the downtown, and maybe the town as a whole, is there's not a lot of that local flavor here. It's a lot of the chain stuff. Well, how do you get the local flavor if, you know, it's such a big risk? And yeah, incubator, that would be great.
But that also goes back to what is your identity? Who are you? And when we talked this morning about what makes you unique, there are some unique things, but I think some of y'all kind of struggled with identifying what makes you different. And that's hard.
I mean, there's a lot of history here, yes, but there's a lot of history everywhere. Well, but maybe that's a good start. You need to know where you've been so that you know where you're going. What if you spend some time taking a look at that museum, making that museum? Maybe it's a project where you invite people to write stories about their families and you put them up. There's a great gallery space right here in this building. That would be a great way to get your community together, just as a start. And then you might be able to find some common ground and maybe use that as a springboard. Just a thought. Because pretty much everybody nodded their head about wanting a museum. When you talk about trying to pay for that space, it already kind of runs backwards. But it doesn't take much to get some pictures and write your story down. Maybe even some of the businesses around. Here you go. Here's an idea that just popped in my head. All the little businesses that are around here, maybe everybody can agree to post some of those stories in every business. And then that way, maybe you could have an evening walk or on market days or something. You open up every place, and then people can just walk around from business to business and read those stories about your history.
And then have actors that are dressed up, or people from the town that are dressed up like those characters that are coming to life. I don't know.
I laugh, but it works. We have cemetery tours where people are dressed up, and we get a couple hundred people coming through.
Heritage tourism is big money in this state. Well, it's been a pleasure. We've really enjoyed our time here. We're looking forward to writing this report and trying to put together realistic recommendations that are going to make sense for your community. We're going to be looking at your zoning ordinance. We're going to make some suggestions about a review process and making sure that the uses that are allowed and are what you want to gather or what you want to recruit here, and also to make sure that your ordinances aren't so restrictive that they're preventing investment. I love old buildings. I've lived in old buildings. I've restored old buildings. But I also think that there should be some flexibility, like signage for me. I don't really have a problem with signage because it's not a permanent alteration to a building. And I think it's important to have weird, fun, funky stuff that will catch people's eyes. So we're going to be looking at things like that. I'm sure Sheila's going to be delving a little bit more into your social media and marketing. Faith is going to be coming up with she's done some really amazing cool things, and I'm sure might have an idea or two for y'all. Eric and Kyle, I know they're going to be able to weigh in with good recommendations also. But ultimately, our goal is to be a resource for you moving forward. We're a nonprofit. We're not making money off of these for our members. Our goal is to be a resource, and we want to continue to support what you're doing as you move forward. So if you haven't given me your contact information, or if you want to get in touch, just to follow up after today. Dex and Scott both have my contact information, like I said earlier. Please reach out. And I got some people's cards today too, just to follow up. I'll send out an email next week just so that y'all have my contact information. But thank you all for being here and for sharing your input and your feedback. Thanks a lot. Oh, great. Awesome. Thank you.